we are here to share with you this morning. I must express my thanks to the Master of Ceremony, Mrs. Tamara Scott McFarlane, our guest speaker, who should be joining us shortly, Dr. Sarah Watson, Executive Director of the Scientific Research Council. We have, Mr. Mark Raby, undergraduate students, who will be providing us with vote of thanks. And we have with us our senior executives, our vice principals, our heads of school, and to you, most importantly, our students. Good morning again. It's indeed a pleasure to be with you. I was asked to give a welcome, and that I've done. But I still believe that my own commitment to research and my own understanding of the importance of research in the context of our environment is important. And I must applaud the team under the leadership of Dr. Malcolm for the selection of the team for this morning. Repositioning education and training to meet the post-pandemic needs. Important. We are now living those experiences. The pandemic, the COVID pandemic, has brought about significant changes in the education sector, with community colleges being no exception. The Excelsior Community College, a learning institution, had to adapt quickly to the new realities of remote learning, social distancing, and online teaching. And you, the students, would have had that experience. As we slowly emerge from the pandemic, it's time to reflect on the lessons learned and reposition education and training to meet the post-pandemic needs of the Excelsior Community College. Let me share with you some of the ways I believe we can reposition education and training to meet the post-pandemic needs of our college. Firstly, community colleges need to invest in technology and infrastructure to support remote learning. Here at the college, we are doing that. The pandemic has shown that online learning is no longer a luxury, but it is a necessity. Colleges need to invest in a reliable and secure technology that support online learning. The use of digital delivery modality, learning management system, and the fact that we must continue to provide training for our staff, our faculty, our students, to enable them to use the technology effectively. This investment will not only improve the quality of education, but also increase access to education for students who may not have been able to attend traditional face-to-face classes. And today, we are living that experience. Secondly, community colleges need to focus on developing programs that are relevant to the post-pandemic world. The pandemic has highlighted the importance of certain skills, such as critical thinking, problem solving, and adaptability. That's the name of the game. We have to adapt to the new realities. The pandemic has highlighted the importance of certain skills. And the college have started the process to develop programs that teach these skills and prepare students for the jobs of the future. We must also provide practical training in the field such as healthcare, and we are expanding that here at Excelsior Community Colleges. We are looking at different healthcare programs. The pandemic has taught us that there will be a need for workers within the healthcare arena, and we must prepare for such. Cybersecurity, supply chain management, logistics are just a few of the areas that the pandemic has taught us that we need to have trained persons for. And as such, community colleges must collaborate with employers and industry experts to develop programs that are aligned to the needs of the job market. Thirdly, community colleges need to prioritize student support services. The pandemic has taken a toll on our students. Is that true? And as such, we need as a college to make sure that we address those issues. Issues regarding to counseling services. I know what counseling services is now burden, and we hope to expand that. We're trying to work with the ministry to get this 1 in 500 counselors, so Excelsior need at least another 2 or 3, and we're working with the ministry to have that. Academic advising. Again, the pandemic has taught us that we need to have academic advisors that will keep in touch with our students and to assist them to traverse the challenges that they are currently confronted with as a result of this isolation. And we need to investigate what are some of the other challenges and to provide the services that in a remote format that will enable our students to continue to participate and engage in their learning process. Lastly, community colleges need to foster a culture of innovation and collaboration. The post-pandemic world presents new challenges, yet it provides new opportunities. And the college must be willing to experiment with new teaching methods, partnership, and technologies to ensure that our students will be able to become their best self and to seek to promote best practices. And the question one needs to ask, how best can this be done? How best can this be done? The answer lies in what we're experiencing today. Ongoing research, continuous research to find out what are some of the new ways we can reposition ourselves, some of the programs that one can put in place to ensure the continued development of our students. But we don't want to do this based on, a gut feeling, based on a person's preference. We want to make these decisions that are based on data, that are based on research evidence. So Research Day here at Excelsior is not just a one-day event. It is something that we want to inculcate in all our students, in all our faculty, in all of our stakeholders, for them to understand that it is through research we're able to unearth new ideas. We are able to provide solutions to challenges that are faced us. So in this context, I want to just posit 5 areas of research that I do believe we need to contend with. And the first one is really to identify the skills needed for the post-pandemic. I've said it before. What are some of the new skills in demand for our students? What is it that we need to do in terms of having surveys, questionnaire, interviews, work with our partners to identify what are some of those skills? I mentioned earlier the skills that relate to adaptability, skills relating to critical thinking. Nowadays, you have, content management system, you have the AI, artificial intelligence. You can get the content just within 3 seconds. But how do we use it? How do we apply those knowledge content to solve our problem? That's where we need to have some further research. Understanding what is the impact of the pandemic on education, the learning loss. Number 3, evaluating the effectiveness of remote learning. We have had the remote learning for some time. We need to conduct more research to see its effect. What is the attrition rate? What is the pass rate? What are some of the challenges students are having? We need to get back your input. And we need to develop an assessment instrument that evaluates our faculty to determine their technological pedagogical and content knowledge to teach online. In fact, that is the area of research that I am now doing. And hopefully, Dr. Malcolm, in your next research conference, I can make a presentation of the finding to determine the readiness of our faculty to transition to the online and to hear from our students, what are their viewpoints? Was the objective achieved? And finally, research can help to examine the role of colleges in the post-pandemic, and this can help us to better understand our realities. As such, the theme, repositioning education and training to meet the needs of the post-pandemic in a Jamaica Community College, is a very important and interesting one. In concluding, community colleges must reposition education and training to meet post-pandemic needs for their students and the communities. This requires, as I've said, investment in technology, infrastructure development, development of relevant programs, prioritization of student support services, and focusing on the culture of innovation and collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, it was indeed a pleasure to share with you this morning. And I do hope that what we have done here today is really a start to better things. And also, before I close, I must again commend the research team for recognizing one of our fallen soldiers, Dr. Gwyneth Jackson. And we want to dedicate this event to her as one of the pioneers in ensuring that Excelsior develop the culture of research to ensure we can make our students become their better selves. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Principal McCarthy. We truly appreciate the passion that you have for research, and we trust that we'll enjoy your continued support. Now, before Dr. Malcolm Walker comes to the podium, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of our guest speaker, an alumna, and the ECC fellow, Dr. Shara Watson. She'll be coming to the platform just now. So we'd like to acknowledge her presence and welcome her. Dr. Malcolm Walker will present her greetings, followed by Mr. Riley.
Thank you, Mrs. Scott. Good morning, everyone. Technical difficulties. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so Mr. McCarthy, Dr. Watson, our students, staff, visitors, well-wishers, both face-to-face and online, I want to welcome you to yet another research conference. We've grown so much that we no longer call it Research Day, but it's Research Conference, because the level of the presentations, the number of presentations that we have, it has grown to be a conference. And we want to thank all our presenters and our audience members who give us so much support from year to year. Because as Mr. McCarthy was sharing, as a tertiary institution, we cannot ignore the importance of research. And so although I know sometimes the students and staff are a little frustrated when we ask you to participate in these surveys, the surveys are important. And the research and innovation team conducts multiple surveys because it's important for us to get a test point and a temperature of how things are affecting our different stakeholders. So in addition to our institutional research journal, as Mr. McCarthy indicated, we have also ventured to publish an academic journal, and we invite staff members and students and external stakeholders to publish in that journal. And don't think it's like a small journal, because the impact of a journal, in fact, there is a measurement, an impact measurement that is done for journals. And the impact of a journal is measured by people who will cite the research that you've published in writing their own publications. And we have evidence that our little journal is being cited internationally. And so that is commendable for a small institution such as ours. Right. So I want to encourage, I'm looking at some of my staff members right now who I know have research that they need to publish. I won't call any names, but I want to invite them to submit for publication to our next issue. Today is going to be a wonderful day. Dr. Watson, which is one of our fellows here and beloved alumna of the college and the high school, actually, she gives us so much support. And I will tell you a little bit more about her later on. But I want to ask you to please, we will be having, this is the main room where we'll be having presentations throughout the day. However, we have 2 other Zoom rooms that you can join. The program has been disseminated to all student staff and to our external stakeholders. You can click on the Zoom link for those that won't be in this room and join those presentations. So give the presenters your support, please, throughout the day. We're partnering with Sobes. Mr. Riley is coming up next, who is featuring their entrepreneurial day today. And so the students will have booths outside in addition to some visitors from our external partners. And so I want to ask you to just visit the booths. We'll have some entertainment at different points throughout the day as well. But I really want to just thank all of you for coming out this morning and giving us your support. It's a lot of work putting this day together, and I really want to thank my team. You'll see us, we're all in these, peach shirts, right? Mrs. Scott McFarlane doesn't have on hers this morning, but she's a member of the team as well. So they've worked very hard. It takes a lot of work to pull this all together. And I want to thank you for coming out and showing your support. So thanks again. And I'll hand over to Mrs. Scott McFarlane.
And Mrs. Scott McFarlane will hand over to Mr. Riley.
Definitely, because I'm not Mrs. Scott McFarlane. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasant morning. And on this day that we have our research conference, it is important for us to focus on certain things. Like, in fact, we are talking about post-pandemic. And that to me shows strength that we have, surpassed our COVID pandemic, and we are now at the end of it, right? Some of it is still happening, but guess what? We are out and about, and we are ready to participate and to, ensure that we as, a race or even as humans move forward. Now, the thing with going through a pandemic, there are a lot of changes, and some of the changes that we have seen, and I'm sure you have seen some changes even on social media. Have you been noticing that there are a lot of animals that are now, for example, in the United States, bears, deers are actually taking over, the yard space of persons. And it is because we were missing, we were inside, right? So there has been a shift in terms of our habits. Look at our habits. Because we were inside, we have gotten very comfortable with technology. We have gotten comfortable to the fact that a lot of us are now purchasing online. I mean, I wasn't one of those persons who would purchase on Amazon and eBay and so on. And it's almost like every time I need something, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Let me look what is online. Now, it is important where business is concerned that you embrace this type of technology. And what you would see today is that we would have presentations about entrepreneurship, because we expect that in this shift from managing our workforce in the post-pandemic, that entrepreneurship and developing the private sector in Jamaica is going to be our way out to rebuild our economy. So what you will see outside is a trade show highlighting entrepreneurial behavior that should be, encouraged and mimicked by even some of us who think that we are professionals in a particular area. But you will also see from one of our speakers later today that it is important for us to embrace building multiple streams of income as well. right? So in that shift, in this post-pandemic, entrepreneurship and business development is important. A lot of the times we think of research, especially as students, as a way to get a grade for our final paper. But it's important for you to notice that in the business arena, research is extremely important. Any device that you use right now, any piece of technology that you use right now, there was a lot of research, and it is actually the end product of that research. We are highlighting today the importance of research. So please don't think that this day is about presenting findings to you. We want you to be able to use those findings in your own development as students, as invitees, as external persons, as persons who are developing business, so that we can enhance Jamaica and the world, and of course, us as humans. All right? Welcome, and thank you guys for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. And the RID is pleased to be partnering with you on this year Entrepreneurial Day. We appreciate the greetings and the welcome from our leaders who have invested a lot in research and will continue that investment as they put into operation or operationalize the findings of research. Before we change direction for a bit, I'd love to acknowledge the presence of some members of our sister college, the Monique College. They are representing I'm seeing both staff and students, and they are representing psychology and criminal justice. And we're so happy to have you here. Welcome. And social work. So I'm sure members of the liberal arts team will want to meet with them to discuss and share best practices. So thank you so very much. So we're going to change gears a bit just to help you to appreciate some of the wonderful things that are happening here at Excelsior Community College. So at this time, we are going to be inviting one of our JCDC Parish Gold medalists, Miss Shuana Rankin. She's a member of the School of Performing Arts. All right, so we're going to switch that a bit. Mr. Mark Davidson. Mr. Mark Davidson, again, he is also a JCDC Gold medalist and a member of the School of Performing Arts, and he will be providing a special item for us. So we'll ask Mr. Mark Davidson to.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So recently this song that I'll be doing, I did it already here. Went to the national finals last week, the national finals for gospel, representing Kingston and St. Andrew under the name Excelsior Community College. All right. Order my steps in your word, Lord. Find me every day, and your anointing. On my steps in your word, please. Order my steps in your word. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Jesus. The blood prevails. The blood of the risen Lamb. There is power, power to save, just as in olden days. Jesus, blood are the remedy. Jesus, blood are the remedy. Jesus, blood are the remedy. The good, good remedy. The blood prevails. The blood of the risen Lamb. There is power, power to save, just as in olden days. Jesus' blood had a remedy. Jesus' blood had a remedy. Jesus' blood had a remedy. Good, good remedy. If you want the power, you have to check him every hour. And if you want the spirit, you have to check him every minute. And if you want the weapon, you have to check him every second. Good, good remedy. The blood prevails. The blood of the risen Lamb. Jesus' blood had a remedy. Jesus' blood had a remedy. Jesus' blood had a remedy. Good, good remedy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wow. And certainly an excellent display of the quality that Excelsior Community College produces. Thank you so very much, Mr. Davidson. I saw the spirit moving in the audience. At this point in time, one of the highlights of our research conference is when we get to the opportunity to hear from researchers themselves on what is it that they have been doing and the encouragement for us to engage in further research. So at this point in time, I'll invite Dr. Malcolm Walker, who will be introducing us to our guest speaker.
Good morning again. So our guest speaker this morning is really no stranger to us, because what we love is for our students or past students to stay connected to the college. And one thing I can tell you about Dr. Watson is that she's always willing to serve and to help us as much as possible when we call on her. So let me just give you a brief introduction for Dr. Watson. Let me start by telling you some of the roles she fills. She's executive manager. She's a natural products chemist. She is a product development specialist, and of course, an entrepreneur and researcher. Dr. Shara T. Watson, JP, is a multidimensional scientist, innovator, and entrepreneur. She's the executive director of the Scientific Research Council, Jamaica's principal agency responsible for the fostering and coordination of scientific research and the promotion and application of its results. Many of the council's products support the growth and development of the agro-industrial sector in Jamaica through research, adaptation of available technologies, creation of new and appropriate technologies, and the provision of training and technical assistance to MSMEs. Prior to joining the SRC, Dr. Watson was the technical director of Biotech R&D Institute and Mediganja Limited, where she steered the company's anti-cancer research and product development programs. Dr. Watson led a small technical team to develop and bring to market several therapeutic, nutraceutical, and cosmeceutical products under the Eden Gardens Nutraceutical, Eden Gardens Spa, and Mediganja brands. Her innovative approach to science contributed immensely to the strategic growth and development of the companies she has been a part of. Dr. Watson's area of focus are on natural products research, product development, and the utilization of science as a tool to bridge the gap between indigenous communities and the rest of the society. She grew up with a father who is Rastafarian, so perhaps you can guess where her interest was sparked. She is deep in the translation and application of science as a means for the enhancements of people's lives. This has led her into entrepreneurship. She is the owner and chief formulator of the health and wellness company, Kiara Cosmetics, specializing in natural hair and skin products developed to enhance your beauty naturally. Through Chiara Cosmetics, Dr. Watson develops unique formulation from plant extracts and essential oils to help manage hair, skin, and nail issues affecting Jamaicans and the Caribbean demographic of people. In 2017, she received the prestigious recognition from the US State Department as one of the change makers in Latin America and the Caribbean, and was awarded a Young Leader of the Americas Fellowship. I think that deserves an applause. Dr. Watson received a doctorate in chemistry and bachelor's degree in food chemistry and pure and applied chemistry from the University of the West Indies, Mona, a diploma in governance and public innovation with the Development Bank of Latin America and the UWI Caveville, Barbados. She completed our continuing education program here at ECC and is also an alumni of the high school. In 2012, Dr. Watson was named the SRC Young Scientist Technologist of the Year and has been a part of teams to have won Jamaica National Innovation Award on 3 occasions. She's an enterprising scientist who is committed to promoting the development of Jamaica through the utilization of science, technology, and innovation. She's a member of the Third World Academy of Science, an honorary fellow of the Excelsior Community College, and an honorary lecturer in the Faculty of Medicine at the UWI. She's a Rotarian and has served as the president of the Rotary Club of Ligonier Plains from 2020 to 21. And of course, most importantly, she's married and the mother of 3 beautiful children. So join me in welcoming Dr. Watson, please.
Good morning, EXED. It's not sound like my EXED. Good morning, EXED. Yeah, and it sound like yourself now. It is always a privilege and a pleasure for me to come here. And as Dr. Malcolm Walker said, anytime she rings or anybody asks, I'm saying, yes, I'm there. I'm actually supposed to be at 2 other events this morning. One is with an international company that is funding a lot of research projects at the SRC, but in the same priority then, right? So, Principal McCarthy, always a pleasure to see you and share a stage with you. Dr. Malcolm, of course, MC, Mrs. Scott, McFarlane. It's because I never use my married name. I always drop off people's married name too, you know. So I did it with you too. Students, faculty members, my EXED family. I have a speech here and I promised my team I'm going to use it because we worked on it together. But anytime I come to EXED is, for me, is returning home, returning to the place that I sincerely found myself. I went to Excelsior High School. The person you see here now is not the same person that went to Excelsior High School. I was quiet. I was well reserved. I was a little bit of that the first year of EXED, but afterwards, we broke out because EXED was the place that you became your best self. And I remember Principal McCarthy mentioning that. You really do. And that is what EXED is for me. And that is why my priority for this morning was to ensure that I am here, because it's always a privilege for me to share some of my journey, share my experiences, or share some of the wisdom I've gained over the years with new students. So when I told my husband this morning that I'm running late, I'm going to exit, like, you weren't there the other day. I'm saying, yeah, but it's a different set of students. So I'm gonna go again. Don't worry about it. I'm going again. So it's always a privilege for me. And typically when I come here, I normally go totally off script because I like to connect. I like to look in the faces, see what I'm saying, where it's going, and try to feed off the audience and, you know, have a real connection or kind of conversation to ensure. Are we there now? So I hope that we achieve that today, even though I will be reading from a script, because it's a good one, you know. I want to share it with you. And I also want to ensure that I'm, you know, sticking to the critical points as it relates to our research conference today, which is repositioning education and training to meet the post-pandemic needs. Now, if you're like me or anyone else, the last 3 years was an absolute learning experience, a struggle, and one that we are very grateful to be in the present day today and survived it. Anybody can relate to those kind of feelings, that kind of sentiment? So we have had to readjust. We have had to pivot. We have had to wheel and come again and find how it is that we're going to function in this technically new world. Yes, there have been pandemics before. We have heard about from biblical time, the plague. We have heard about 100 years ago, Spanish flu, yellow fever, cholera, different kind of health-related pandemics that have impacted our societies, our communities, and the world over. But none of us had, well, yeah, we're all young here. None of us had actually experienced or lived it. So it's new for us. And a lot of us are not aware of history. I may not know much history of science, but I do. And Uncle Book, you get me a read a science book. Sorry. So I didn't know much history. So some of those lessons that were learned back then, I never got it. But I got it this time around because I was living through it. Luckily, or thankfully, we lived through it. So how will that now impact us? And what does it mean to you as a student? How will that now change your life, change your mind, change your perspective, change how you approach going into your future and preparing for the next pandemic? So we want to talk a little bit about that today. And this is the point where I go to my script. So it has been nearly 3 years since the novel coronavirus pandemic outbreak. In 2020, I think our first case was confirmed March 21st. And by March 30th, we were in total lockdown. And remember them rough time there? Jeez. And remember we couldn't even go buy no KFC. Or look at jerk chicken. Oh my God. All had to be locked in. Some of us in more comfortable circumstances than others. School totally disrupted. Can you imagine the persons that were doing their CAPE and CXC subjects or final year students who were looking forward to do their final exam to get out of this place and to move on to the next stage. And all of that got disrupted, not knowing what's next, where are we gonna go, how is this gonna pan out? And then all of a sudden, you start hearing of the deaths. First it was sickness, and it's just a flu, we're gonna get over it. And then you start hearing of the casualties, you start hearing of how many persons dying, you start hearing about not even our small island, but big, well-developed countries totally crumbling. I was fearful. I didn't know what is going to happen to us. Because if America, especially if New York sneeze, you know, say Jamaica have pneumonia. And they were crumbling under the pressures of COVID. What was going to happen to us? I'm happy with how we maneuvered. Yes, there were a lot of lessons learned. Yes, there were a lot of things that could have been done better. But I believe as a country, we should be proud of how we pulled through COVID. And we did much better than a lot of developed, well-established countries with great medical system pull through. So that is something that we should be proud of. And the reason for that was we used information to guide us. We used science, technology, and research information, taking the cues from what was happening elsewhere to guide how we manage the pandemic here on our shores. So that is something that should be commendable. That should be commended. During the pandemic, over 270 million persons were confirmed sick, and over 5.3 million persons died in a 2-year span that would not have died. Can you imagine that? So it's something that has definitely changed how we think, how we operate, and it's something that we must respect and pay prudence to. And how in an academic situation, how do we now use that kind of information, get the data first so you can transform that to information so that you can now make decisions. A lot of new careers have been formed because of COVID. You have far more, what do they call them, social media influencers that has bloomed up. Persons with certain kind of skills are now very valuable because of the situation that COVID-19 has created. What does that mean to you on your academics journey? How that fit into you and your planning for the future? I know we're hearing about AI, artificial intelligence. What kind of disruption will that cause? Which jobs will not be there 20 years from, well, not even so far, 5 years from now? How will all that play out, and how are you strategizing, not just planning, but strategizing and putting your actions into play to ensure that you as students, as academics, as persons who will be leading Jamaica into the future, how is that impacting what you do? So historically, pandemics have forced humans to break with the past and imagine their future in a new world. This one is no different. It is a portal, a gateway between the old world or the current world and the next. This quote by Indian author Susan Arundhati Roy in a research article, The Pandemic is a Portal, serves to remind us that even though systematic flaws, fragilities, and inequalities that characterize today's world have brought to light by the pandemic has also given us a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to rethink our future through transformative thinking and action. While viewing this period as an opportunity, we must also acknowledge that both the academic and mental health of students and everyone have suffered significantly as a result of the impact of the pandemic. Globally, there are notable differences in school closure, duration, and access to high quality remote and hybrid learning across and within countries. We saw that in Jamaica. A certain school in Hope Pastures continued to operate, or their students had tablets and had access to great resources, while in other areas you heard about the lost children who had no kind of interaction for almost 2 years with any kind of academic institution, primary school, basic school, high school, none whatsoever, while there were others who bloomed and blossomed in the period because they had access. So those inequalities exist, and it is playing part and helping to increase the gap between the haves, the have little, and the have nothing at all. And that's something that we have to consider, right? The pandemic also widened the socioeconomic gaps between students from high income and low income households, in turn widening the inequalities of our already unequal education system. Within Jamaica and the surrounding Caribbean region, COVID-19 has also compounded the impact of violence on learning, wherein many students are heavily affected by crime and poverty. The focus of students is disengaged from learning and shifted to chop the line and other things, accounting for the loss of access to resources and learning tools, and staying safe and out of trouble, as for many people, for many of us, it might not be your individual reality, but schools are safe havens, a place where you're guaranteed at least one meal, and a place where you have your own identity. A lot of us don't have that at home or in our communities. If you do, you're one of the lucky ones. Don't take it for granted that everyone have the same access and relative comfort that you might enjoy. Shifting our focus to present day, teachers, parents, and students may be feeling cautiously optimistic. Signs of hope counterbalanced by the lingering widespread shadows of the pandemic and the other issues that we were plagued with before the pandemic. So let's not pretend that COVID-19 created all our problems. Most of them were there long before COVID. Countries are beginning to experience the signs of a new normal after 3 years of disruptions. The sudden transition to online and hybrid learning, it is here to stay, by the way, students, and you should embrace it. Don't fear it. I know we're zoomed out after a little while, but now we're back face to face and also streaming online like we are today. Embrace it. It's a dual world now. You cannot escape technology. All the scientific conferences and discussions that I have been a part of, digital transformation is the main focus and a critical component to everything. I just came back from Austria on Friday, and while there were the theme for the visit was life sciences, and digital technologies. It's health and digital. So digital, you cannot escape it. That is where the world is going, and you have to embrace it. Don't be like me, who was born in an era when I didn't see the first computer we used to have used to dial up here. You guys don't know those things. I have to wait. First of all, they can't use the computer and the phone same time because it's the same line connected to all of them. You guys don't know that. You're complaining if your phone is taking 2 seconds to load. This is so slow. If you do remember here, the dial up, and sometimes it go longer and longer. So you're in the time and space where technology, you cannot escape it. You have to embrace it and use it to your advantage. Don't be like some of us that consistently still use paper. Should I have a tablet here slide in? But with the bond, I'm not age myself, but I was at Excel 23 years ago. Wow. Moving on. Countries are beginning to experience the signs of new normal. Well, I said that already, didn't I? Where were we? All right. So the global pandemic has exposed the weaknesses and difficulties that humanity faces. It has printed a clearer picture of the inequality that exists not only in our society, but more relevant to today's proceedings, our educational system, and the steps we must take to address these issues. So I'm going to present to you 5 such steps or solutions that we need to consider within our education system or as a populace in general to contend with the issues and looking at the post-pandemic world that we're now living in. So firstly, a call for the strengthening of sense of public commitment to education as a shared good that promotes both individual and societal well-being and is based on inclusion and solidarity. My beginnings are extremely humble, probably more humble than most of you in the room. And if it was not for education, I wouldn't be standing before you today. I'm almost sure where I would be if it wasn't for education. And every now and then, when I drive by the university hospital, I see myself where I would have been if not for education. I would have been at that university hospital gate, right? So you were there with a nice little food stall, because that would have been the next future for me if it not been education. And nothing is wrong with that. It's an honest way of living and you can sustain yourself. But I've been able to see the world and see the expanses of my mind and other things because of education. So don't negate the value of your education. Fair enough? All right. In our society, the disparities in opportunities that separate people from different socioeconomic classes are worsening. Health measures by themselves won't be sufficient to stop the global health pandemic. It will be resolved by fostering public trust, increasing humanity empathy, and advancing science research and development. I mentioned earlier that 5.3 million people lost their lives. That was far more than what needed to be. Why? Because there was significant mistrust, significant misinformation, and just unfounded fear that was created because of political and different reasons. When the vaccine was created, the main thing that went out is that this is the mark of the devil. That was one. It's a population control. I'm gonna sterilize we. It can't make so fast. How come they make this so quick? When it actually took many decades of research, ongoing research in similar viruses, because we know coronaviruses are not new. Almost every year prior to COVID-19, you had a strain of a coronavirus. So the research has been ongoing. So when this pandemic came out and seeing the impact it was having, they were quicker. Well, it appeared to be quick that a possible solution was there, but most of us were hesitant. Vaccine hesitancy was significant. However, all of us have been vaccinated. You're born at week 8, you go to whichever health center, no question asked, and you take your joke. When you reach high school, well, when you're in 6th grade, there's the next one you must get, you get your joke. No question asked. We never asked those questions before, and I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't ask questions. You should ask questions, but you must be aware that sometimes there is, especially in today's day, where everything is right here, unfiltered, unsubstantiated, can lead to a lot of misinformation and generate fear that can be more harmful than beneficial. So that's something that happened with COVID-19. And it's one of the reasons why the death toll was as high as it was when it did not need to be. Ask your questions, but ensure that you are getting your answers from multiple reputable sources. Critical. And that's what research is, don't it? All right. So do your research. And your research is not watching a blog and say, yeah, man, the blogger said that, so I that. And that's how research go. First thing you do in your research is ensure that your references, like the EXED journal, is a reputable one. Has to be reputable. You can't take it from anywhere. Just because it's written on the internet, don't make it real or make it reputable. There are certain things or certain standards to guide you to know whether or not your sources are reputable. That would be critical. So a stronger commitment to education as a common good requires understanding that we are educating the entire nation, not just children and young people. Education is stopping to leave high school or community college or university. It doesn't stop there. Because as we know, is a privileged few that actually goes through that full educational system. Don't take it for granted that every single Jamaican went through primary school, high school, or went through it and got educated. We know people are being passed through the system. I taught at Tivoli Gardens High for 5 years. And you'd be shocked. There were students in grade 9 that still couldn't read or write them name, but they were passing through the system. And it happens, it continues to happen still. So don't fool yourself that he went to high school, so therefore have cognitive skill and can reason. That's not the case, which is why we have such a high level of, one of the reasons why we have such high level of violence. But anyway, I'm not going to have any political speeches today. I am a public official after all, so we keep it neutral. Just remember, we strive when everyone strives, and we are safe when everyone is safe. Secondly, I want to call on decision makers to value the professional expertise of teachers. My God, in a March, we didn't have to go through to get the little, I don't even know what that was. March, April, May, June, continuing. It is critical that we value our educators who are far more than educators. We know this, we have experienced this ourselves. They were the counselors, the mothers, the fathers, the friends, the sister, the brother that we needed. I know that's what Dr. Malcolm is for most of you who actually interact with her. And that's what EXED community was. Your lecturers or your teachers weren't just that. They weren't just personalities in front of you in the classroom. And that's why EXED is so dear to me. And that is one of the reasons why I found myself at EXED, is because of the connection and the genuine care and interest in your development that it was shown here. And it's evident that that continues today. So we know that our professionals in the educational systems possess and create conditions that give our students freedom, but they too need that freedom and flexibility to work and operate efficiently, and also need the resources to do so, and also need to be able to afford a reasonable, not lavish, we're not looking for lavish thing, we're going a different profession if that what they want, to live a reasonable lifestyle. So therefore, they must be duly rewarded and compensated to do so. So we need to ensure that our decision makers are cognizant of this. And we have to push and support and stand with them, behind them and beside them in these cause. It's not just them up on them own with that, and then we need to come to the classroom and give them my lesson so we can come out of here. No, we have to support them, because again, if we are all safe when everyone is safe, and we all thrive when everyone thrives, right? In this post-pandemic world, many societies have started to recognize the significance of a group of workers who have not always been properly valued. The educational response to COVID-19 crisis has demonstrated educators' abilities to draw from their professional knowledge and collectively mobilize with resourcefulness and creativity that could not have been accomplished by a public authority issuing top-down orders. In fact, over the past few months, it has been clear that the education sector is amongst the most resilient and adaptable in all societal institutions. That is not to say that the transition into online and hybrid learning did not have its challenges. There were, as we are all aware with the struggles faced by many parents of more than one child who had to be online at the same time. Imagine me with it, have 3 or so before. I had 2 in school at the same time, with a limited number of devices, of teachers who struggled to adapt. However, the relationship between a student and a teacher is at the heart of every educational process. The educational system that can value their teachers and provide them with the conditions and autonomous and collective work will be the ones that are best equipped to handle the aftermath of this pandemic and others that will come. Thirdly, I said I have 5 points, right? So just 3 more left. I encourage everyone with responsibility for education, including parents, teachers, students themselves, the government, to put a priority on students and youth engagement in order to work with them to create the change we all want to see. There's an urgent need to end social and mental separations caused by quarantines and distance limits in a post-pandemic world. We need to come up with novel ideas of how to reconnect with people. It is still uncomfortable for some of us to be in a space and physically connect because we're so accustomed to our devices now. And if you are already socially awkward or antisocial, it makes it even worse. Not true? I was like that one time, but no, a butterfly blossoming. One critical approach to achieve this is by placing our trust in young people and giving them the freedom to think and act collaboratively and be included in decisions that will affect their life. Fourthly, I urge the government, international cooperation, philanthropic and non-government bodies or non-profit to create and disseminate open education resources and create more open platforms, acknowledging that large portion of what is currently offered by private company should become public undertaking, where the advancement of the interest and the ability of learners is the only goal. Lastly, I urge all stakeholders that are involved in Jamaican education system to place a high priority on science and technology, and most critically, innovation, because if you're not translating those technology into products or services that persons or conducting transaction or willing to pay for, you're not innovating. And that is one of the issues that we have here. We're very creative persons, we are very innovative, but we're not going on to the next step of innovation where we're actually creating value from what we create. In order to ensure a curriculum with clear goals that examine the connection between fact, knowledge, and exploration, and is capable of assisting students in understanding and situating themselves in a complex world. Our principal mentioned how important it is for us to ensure that we are multifaceted. We're thinking not just of getting a job, but also creating jobs, creating products, becoming the catchword now, entrepreneurs, but we can't just say business people, where you hire 1 or more people. So don't get confused what entrepreneur means. It means that you're creating value out of something that didn't exist before, and you're able to engage and create employment for others. That should be your goal. It is okay if you're only able to gain employment for yourself and can then support your family, but it's even better if you can do something that creates employment for others. That is where we will get the change and help for society to grow. The learning crisis that we are faced with as a nation will undoubtedly worsen in the near future, but I'm still extremely hopeful. Before the pandemic, the Education Commission estimated that by 2030, more than half of the world's children and young people, which is over 800 million, would not have had the skills or qualifications necessary to participate in the emerging global workforce. Today, approximately 1/5 of young people worldwide, or 267 million, have already been affected by unemployment. In the future, They are also expected to earn less because AI I take away job them. Due to the pandemic-related learning losses, students currently in schools are estimated to face a $10 trillion reduction in lifetime earning. Take that in. Equivalent to twice the global annual public expenditure on primary and secondary education. With 1.3 billion people entering adulthood in the next decade, it is critical that out-of-date approaches to education do not serve as yet another barrier to tomorrow's workers and leaders. STEM education is important as it offers several benefits to students, from developing programs that allow deeper learning to teaching them critical skills they can use to succeed in the post-pandemic life. There is a significant risk that current focus on archaic curriculum bases will restrict the imagination and curiosity of our youth, which is critical for critical thinking and real-world application. That is how we should approach the new normal in this post-pandemic. So the classroom can't be business as usual. You cannot be in the same kind of classroom or have the same experience I had in class because you're in a different time. Your world is different than mine, even though I'm just 10 years older than most of you. I commend Excelsior Community College, EXCED. That's what I still call it. It's only ECC, but EXCED for me. For a perfectly executed event. Congratulations to the planning team. Research day didn't exist in my time. Research conference never existed in my time. So it is great to see it. However, the auditorium needs to be more filled because what we used to have, Integration Thursdays, was created in my time. An end time event keeping in here, it was always jam-packed. So we need to get persons out. These conversations, it's not just talk shop. It is important. And the more you hear, the more discussions you have, the wider your views are, the greater your own experiences become. And that is critical. We cannot be in our little boxes. We cannot be in our little phones, because remember, your phones are now designed to give you the same kind of content you always go for. So you have to step out of this and expand your horizon so you can get different experiences. And that's how you'll be able to maneuver in this new age, this new post-pandemic world or new world. Whether the pandemic did come or not, the world was still changing. A lot of the changes we're experiencing were coming, yes, with or without the pandemic. The pandemic has just fast-tracked a lot of it. So with that, I want to encourage you to continue EXCED. Very, very proud. I will always be here to lend support. I remember it's late last year, I reached out and said, Doc, I think I want to do more. What else can I do? I don't think I'm doing enough. So anytime I'm needed, if there's anything I can lend support with, through me personally, as well as the institution that I'm leading, the Scientific Council, we are here. We actually have a mandate for popularization of science and technology. And we have a science and popularization division. So this is something that we do. SRC is here to support EXCED, is here to support students. If you have not heard about, I didn't ask a question because I don't want to be embarrassed. So you all know about Scientific Research Council. Yes. We offer internships, we offer externship, we accept volunteers. If you want to get exposed more to the field of science, get exposed more to science careers, we are there to support you. It's a part of our mandate and on a favor we are doing. That's something we're supposed to do. So you know, if you say, Dr. Watson, please, no, you don't need that. You don't need no special person or because they know somebody. It's what we do, and we're here, and we're always happy to support you. My EXCED family, always a pleasure to be here. We know we talk long, but I hope it was worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Watson. We'll give you a few seconds to rest your feet, as well as give the audience an opportunity to meditate on all that rich information that was provided. Thereafter, we'll ask Mr. Mark Reedy to come and formally acknowledge your work. Now, as you're meditating, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of a couple of persons, both here in the audience and those who are online. Initially, when we introduced our Vice Principal of Student Services wasn't here, Mrs. Naomi Jacobs. So I'd like to acknowledge her presence now. Online, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of the principal of the Montego Bay Community College, Mr. Darian Henry, a real good friend of Excelsior Community College and a presenter today. We also have Dr. Bernice Alida, and Dr. Alida is a professor at the Northern Caribbean Community College, Northern Caribbean University. That's NCU. We'd also like to acknowledge the presence online of Dr. Damian Black, and he's the commissioner of the Jamaica Tertiary Education Commission. We have Mr. Nigel Scott. He's the executive director of the Antigua State College. And we have Dr. Dawn Adams, Vice Principal Academic Affairs of the Portmore Community College. Thank you so very much for joining us online and sharing with us at this time. Now, I know Dr. Watson spoke about the phone and asked that we utilize the phone more. And so here's an opportunity for both persons who are here in the audience and those online. And right now, we have 42 persons online and a pretty good showing of persons here in the audience. So you'll be happy to know that our 2023 research conference is being live streamed on our social media platform. So we're asking you to get your phones out as soon as and start talking about what's happening. We're asking you to use the hashtag ECC Research Day 2K3. So it's all caps, ECC, so it's hashtag ECC Research Day 2K3. So we want to get mileage online. So please feel free to share what's happening, tweet about it, leave a comment on the Instagram posts, join the live when you can, and ensure that you use that hashtag. At this point in time, I'd like to invite Mr. Mark Reedy. I'm literally smiling because I taught this person online and I'm seeing him for the first time face to face. When I taught Mr. Raby, I literally thought he was a 17-year-old student. So I am happy to see him now, and I now invite him to give the formal vote of thanks to Dr. Watson. Mr. Raby.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and my favorite lecturer, Mr. Principal, Mr. McTaggart, members of the ECC administration, fellow lecturers and other staff, and my fellow students like myself. Special welcome to you and also external stakeholders. Today, I had gotten the esteemed pleasure of providing the vote of thanks to Miss Shara Watson. Yeah, Dr. Shara Watson. She has been an inspiration, motivation, and one of the most intelligent persons that I have read about in research right now. With 15 years of experience in research, both locally and internationally, it's a privilege to come this morning and provide us with not only insight, knowledge, and a revolutionary way forward into how research is to be done. It is, as an alumni of EXED and a student here myself, I would like to say the guidance that she has provided us with is invaluable. I know how precious her time is, so to let her know how much this means to us here and for her to be at our research conference is a very big deal. Does everyone agree? Okay, so I would like to extend a great big thank you, and I hope what she is saying, let us strive together, let us be safe. That will be our mantra for the rest of the day. Thank you very much, Ms. Watson. We really appreciate your time and services.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Baby, and thank you, audience, both online and in the lecture theater, we are coming to a close. No, there's a correction I need to make. I indicated Mr. Nigel Scott. He actually is from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College. So my apologies for that. No, we're going to change space for a little. We just have about 5 more minutes left here. We're going to change space for a little and continue to celebrate the excellence that Excelsior Community College produces. And so at this time, we are looking for Miss Shwana Rankin. We announced her earlier. Not sure if she's here now. So Miss Shwana Rankin is the JCDC Parish Gold Medalist. She's from the School of Performing Arts, and she will be presenting a speech. So, Ms. Rankin.
Three years, 6 months, 2 days, 13 minutes. You did that cheap on my jaw, but me never know. All of the time I was in it, no, something was wrong when you never come home. All of a sudden, lock on your phone, 1 day, 4 hours, 3 minutes, 13 seconds. Cup of coffee on my right, bleach all night, unlocking your phone with my left hand. I know me can't believe what come next. Sophie, I send you I love you text. You hurt my Jew, but I vessel in my brain. Now walk with you, cause I'm mad, when I'm sad, I'm mad. You left me if you think say you're bad. Cause I'm mad, when I'm sad, I'm mad. You left me if you think say you're bad. Oh, so you're not bad that one left you change your mind. Cricket, but I go talk if you don't talk. Come on, Joe. Stop wasting time. You start, stammer. When you see my jaw close for the hammer, say, I know you check, she check, you know, Joe. Give him one text too. Start, Joe. No make me listen to the devil. My mad, my angry, miserable. Cause when I'm mad, when I'm sad, I'm mad. You left me if you think say you're bad. Cause when I'm mad, when I'm sad, I'm mad. You left me if you think say you're bad.
Shwana, I got nervous for Joe just then. I was really shaking in my boots for Joe. We'll continue to pray for Joe. And we appreciate your passion. All right, so we are stepping into another phase of this or research conference. Now, before we step in, we'd like to, again, we're happy that our colleagues are online. And I'd just like to acknowledge a comment coming from the Sam Sharp Teachers College Research Office. They're delighted to share with us in this wonderful occasion. And they have noted that it will help to drive efforts to improve the quality of education we provide for our learners. So thank you so very much, members of the Sam Sharp Teachers College Research Office. And Mr. Scott has acknowledged how happy he is to join us. Now, each year, the Excelsior Community College likes to celebrate what we see our students and our faculty or staff members are doing. So at this time, we're going into a short awards ceremony. So we always have the most an outstanding award, the most outstanding researcher award for the period. But this year, the Research and Innovation Division is pleased to present posthumously the most outstanding researcher award to Dr. Gwyneth Jackson. No. So I'll invite Mr. Dwight Walters. He is not only a friend of Dr. Jackson, a past student, but is an adoptive son. So we're going to ask Mr. Dwight Walters to come and accept the award on behalf of the family and Mr. McCarthy to present it. While he makes his way here, he's here. Just a reminder that Dr. Jackson has always been a firm supporter of the Research and Innovation Division. We admired how enthusiastic she was to share her ideas, to continue to give of herself. She ensured that her staff members, when she headed the School of Business and Entrepreneurial Studies, as well as when she was Associate Dean of Postgraduate Studies, she tried to ensure that research became part and parcel of the culture of those units. And so you'll always find students doing their presentations. She will always ensure that she had something to contribute. Now, Mr. McCarthy spoke about the Excelsior Community College Academic Journal. We're proud that Dr. Jackson, even when she was ill, ensured that she submitted an article. So when she was sick and we didn't know, she ensured that she did several iterations. She corrected several drafts of her work and submitted it to the academic journal. And so we're pleased to present this award, Most Outstanding Researcher Award for 2022 to Dr. Gwyneth Jackson. And we trust that her family will consider to see Excelsior Community College a part of their family and continue to provide the support.
I'd just like to say, colleagues, that it's really a personal tribute here to Dr. Jackson. And just for our records, to be very clear that it was Dr. Jackson initiative that led the Excelsior Community College to utilize the Jamaica National Qualification Framework to recognize that we could have offered an occupational master's degree. And we have had our first set of persons about to graduate, and it was Dr. Jackson's idea based on a research that tells us that as a community college, we can in fact offer occupational master's degree that is aligned to the national qualification work. So it's very important framework. So it's very important that we recognize that lessons and thanks.
Dr. Jackson's family will also be presented with a dedication copy of the academic journal. And remember, you're all invited to read the articles that are there, and we're still encouraging you all to submit your articles for this journal. We're happy to hear of the work that you're doing within your own circle, within your discipline, within your classes. So we're still accepting submissions, so do not be afraid to reach out to the Research and Innovation Department. All right, so our next award will go to an individual who has done outstanding work in research in mathematics and education. And so we'd like to present an award of recognition to Dr. Ricardo Bacchus for his work So we'll ask Dr. Shara Watson to be gracious enough to hand this award to Dr. Bacchus. Thank you, Dr. Bacchus, for your work, and we look forward to the impact that it will continue to make. Dr. Bacchus seems to be the star of the show this morning. All right, so our staff members are doing well, but they're also sharing all of that with the students. And so we have to recognize outstanding student researchers. So would I ask Dr. Malcolm Walker to come and present the Outstanding Student Researcher Award. Now, this award is presented to Monique Lockhart. So Monique Lockhart is the recipient of this year's Outstanding Student Researcher Award. And her supervisor is kind enough to accept this award on her behalf, Mrs. Samuels Bailey. Thank you, Mrs. Samuels Bailey, and we trust that you and the other members of the School of Nursing and Allied Health will continue to work with the students as they continue to make their mark in research. Now, the following students will be awarded for notable contribution in research. If they're here, I'm asking you to just come and Dr. Malcolm Walker will present you with the award. The names are as follows: Monique Dakers, I get the impression that Mrs. Samuels Bailey will be a regular feature on this platform, so I might ask her to remain close by. Next awardee is Danila Chambers. No, ladies and gentlemen, do not allow this small frame to fool you. She is a powerhouse. Congratulations. Brittany Montgomery. Sophia Nelson. I know, but you know, the reward for good work is more work. So we're happy that you're busy here. And congratulations to the School of Nursing and Allied Health, Monique Mowat. Congratulations, Monique. Denise Lloyd. And this name ought to be a familiar name. She's one of a triplet, and they have been doing outstandingly here at Excelsior Community College. And our final student awardee goes to Sasha Gay McNeil. Thank you, Dr. Malcolm Walker, and congratulations to all the students who earned this award. And we're looking forward to a longer list come next year. No, so we're towards the end, and what's going to happen now is the exciting opportunity to hear what others have been doing, to share with them in their research. So we'd like to thank all persons who are here in the audience, as well as those who are online, for your continued support, for being here, for staying with us until the very end of this, our opening ceremony. Now, as we are coming to a close, there are a couple of things we want you to bear in mind. There's a full entrepreneurship exposition going on in the village. The booths are there. We ask that you spend the time visiting. The students from the School of Business and Entrepreneurial Studies will also be doing their elevator pitch. Look out for that. Our poster presentations are now in the foyer of the library. They're also on the landing page of the website of the Research and Innovation Division. Please go and check it out. quite a number of our students from the School of Liberal Arts have made their presentations excellent work, and we want you to benefit from it. Their beauty displays, they are coming out of the School of Aesthetics and Cosmetology. Please ensure that you go and visit and just benefit from the experience. For some of you can join us right here in the lecture theater, where we will have various presentations. So here at the lecture theater and online, the Zoom links are available in your program. Please ensure to click on it. We will have panel discussions, and I'm happy to see that we have students who are going to be a part of that panel discussion to share their experience as a post-pandemic learner. The discussions are robust. There'll be individual presentations. We invite you to share, give an audience. Persons have spent lots of man hours preparing these presentations because they want you to benefit from it. So please join us in the various Zoom rooms or here at the LRC. There's also a display in the boardroom for the major organized, the library classroom, where they'll be doing polygraph tests and giving you all that information. So the day is filled with activities. There's something for everyone here. So we ask that you go out, join the celebration. It's a celebration of success. It's a celebration of the hard work that our students and our staff have put into place for your benefit. So thanks once again. And we ask that for those who want to remain here for the panel discussion at 10:45, please feel free to stay here, where we'll have some student presentations, or feel free to join the online Zoom rooms where you can hear the other individual presentations. We trust that you'll enjoy the rest of the day, be safe, and ensure that you check out the different sections. Have a wonderful morning and a wonderful research conference.
Good morning. So today I will be presenting on my actual research. The topic of my research is the effects of the peer share on students' participation in problem-solving activities in an information technology class. My name is Suzette Morrison Curtis, and I'll give you a brief introduction of the findings, literature, and the method, and also a conclusion. Throughout this activity,
we're here with Suzette Curtis, who is presenting our poster on
the effects of peer share on student participation in problem-solving activities in an information technology class. The introduction reads, we have a lack of participation in Jamaican classroom in problem solving has been a perennial educator's deficiency. So as a result of this, we had to do this study. The briefing will read, according to a study by Samuel 2013, states that think peer share can increase student engagement and raise the standard of their in-class contributions. Moreover, Think Peer Share. Think Peer Share was discovered to be a successful active learning approach, right? The method that I used was a sample of the study conducted in an urban tertiary institution consisted of 10 randomly selected students who had received instructions using the Think Peer Share approach. Class test activities influenced the class activities influenced how students did their activities in class. 10 students were chosen randomly to reflect the various socio-economic origins of the urban student body at the institution, participated in the survey. 7 of those consisted of 3 males and 4 females out of the 10 were chosen. A standardized observation protocol tool, a student survey, and an online questionnaire were all used to develop the mixed method study to collect both qualitative and quantitative information. To comprehend the information gathered in the response, the researcher performed a descriptive analysis to make
Good
the
morning.
result. To make the results
I'm asking the
clear and
panelists to
easy
come forth.
to understand, they were presented in the tables. So the results in this table here shows that in a classroom setting, the students got 4 class activities. And from the majority, as you can see here, majority of the students thought that Think Peer Share activities were more efficient than the typical lecture activities and when it comes to teaching. Also, the findings revealed that students appreciated how Think Peer Share activities help them comprehend the fundamentals of problem solving each step. Now, as you can see in this pie chart here, students were given a question: how helpful do you think working in pairs is to you? 57.1% stated that it was extremely helpful. On the other hand, 42.9% stated that it was somewhat helpful. We also posed another question to the student core. Did you gain any new knowledge or information while working in pairs? A resounding 85.7% stated that yes, they received new knowledge while using the Think Peer approach. 14.3% said not really, they did not receive any new knowledge while doing it. Overall, you can see that the consistent with the prior research on Think Peer Share is a collaborative learning approach. Consistently demonstrated that Think Peer Share can inspire students to participate in more in-depth learning. And this is doctored by Dutch, Korth, and Allen in 2001. The impact of Think Peer Share on student involvement is supported by both student perceptions of Think Peer Share learning, triangulated with findings from the student observation tool, given that these findings corroborated the claims provided by Gooden and Mertz in 2011, which states that Think Peer Share learning technique effectively motivates students and favorably promotes improved performance and critical thinking. We can infer from the data that working in pairs do help students in the classroom. In conclusion, I can state to you that the study have provided information on potential Think Peer Share strategies and enhanced techniques in the classroom. And then the main conclusion of the study is how important collaborative learning is for promoting student participation. Due to the utilization of well-planned Think Peer Share activities, students were able to participate, discuss ideas, improve their higher order thinking abilities. Instructors are better able to make strategies to enhance classroom education in order to understand how Think Peer Share improves student participation. Recommendations for this study: use of clearly defined structured exercises to facilitate effective classroom engagement. Additionally, integration of more Think Peer Share activities to the goals that focus on problem solving into information technology classroom modules. This will further enhance student participation, understanding of the subject matter. This ends my. Yes.
I'm Tiana Tim. One from my K from studies I on cruelty in the horse industry. Introduction. The theme for this K communication studies internal assessment, animal abuse, and will focus on Black beauty, cruelty in the horse industry. In 1776, St. Leger was introduced to the public with thousands placing bets on a lucky horse. This initiated a domino effect filled with greed, exploitation, abuse, stress, and poverty. This portfolio was written to create awareness and educate readers on the wretched world of authority. The researcher intends to investigate, examine, and uncover truth about the industry. This project has an exposition devised to be an audible evaluation and validity of the sources and horrifying trials given in them. The preface is an analysis and summary of the reflection. This piece gives the purpose, intended audience, reasons for choosing a poem, context, and reflection, and ways to support the cause. Additionally, our reflection is used to creatively explore the theme, intended audience, and causes of these affairs. A poem is utilized to convey the pain and suffering these animals have experienced on a daily basis, whether a stallion or mare. The language analysis is a detailed dialectal variation the use of dilation attitudes to analyze once their leg is injured. The unfairness of this practice is infuriating since prosthetics exist. The researcher is an equestrian and aware of the toxicity in the business firsthand. He's studying sciences in college to become a horse veterinarian and hopes one day to change the industry for the better. The research questions used are: how are horses affected by horse racing? How can we improve and maintain equine health in the racing industry? Methods and procedures. Participants, the piece will be read at an animal cruelty fundraiser due to it being able to motivate people to support and donate to various horse rescue charities. Measures. The first source is an interview with an 18-year-old boy who has owned and worked with horses for 5 years. Second source is a questionnaire done by a horse trainer and owner of the New Blues Bombay Stud Farm. Lastly, an article written by PETA was the secondary source. Procedures. An online interview and questionnaire consisted of 10 questions, with the first 5 being background information on the source. The questionnaire consisted of 5 long-ended questions about their experience with the horse industry. Each was done while the recipient was at a horse farm. Data analysis. Horses are constantly traveling from one track to another and country to country. They have nowhere to call home and are purchased by groups of people who have no interest in developing a relationship with them. Findings. Medical advancements have done little to no improvement, as between 700 to 800 racehorses are injured and die every year. Additionally, nearly 10 horses died every week at an American racetrack in 2018. The discussion. In 1776, St. Leger was introduced to the public with thousands placing bets on a lucky horse, thus initiated the domino effect. A horse trainer of 20 years that has been working with horses all over the world from England, America, and Jamaica, and has a horse of her own who is 15 years old named Nemo. She chose to work with horses as she grew up riding them her whole life. She critiques the Jamaican horse industry as being money hungry. Retired horses are either used as tourist attractions or riding horses to help train future equestrians. These horses do not get a break, as new riders would treat them awfully, kicking excessively and pulling their reins too hard. They do not live long after racehorsing, just forgotten and tossed away. If a horse loses its legs, they will be euthanized. This happened to a mother, leaving the child with no source of food and thus dying. The PETA article spoke about the constant travel, no close bonds, racing injuries, drugs, and how to support the cause. Owners cannot bother to pay the medical bills for horses, so they just euthanize them. A horse called Magic Man stepped into the uneven section of a track and broke his 2 front legs. The owners had bought him for $900,000, yet they had not earned any money from him yet and was unproven on the track. He was not worth much as a stud either and was euthanized. Trainers give horses drugs to make them run faster due to so much money being on stake. It's hard to find a racehorse that is trained with traditional things such as hay and oats. Few racehorses are taken to pastures to be pampered as retired horses. Some are not even pampered at these pastures. The unfortunate incident of Ali Adar, who had came second in all 3 races of the 1978 Triple Crown and fathered many fast horses, is an example. Ali Adar was believed to have charted his leg by kicking a stall door and was euthanized. However, further FBI investigation revealed that his leg was deliberately broken by being tied by a rope to a pickup truck. There are many cases that are similar to this. Thank you.
Is a very important theme. And the panel discussion today has its own theme as well, which is understanding and teaching the post-pandemic learner. Let me repeat that. Understanding and teaching the post-pandemic learner. We have some very important persons here on the platform, persons with different levels of expertise, different levels of experience. Some are more experienced than others, and some will bring some insight into how the learner positions themselves in this post-pandemic era. And we will hear from psychologists, we will hear from persons who have done the research, who will come and share the research as well. So let me introduce you to our panelists. I will begin with Tamri Shea Minot, a graduate of Kingston College, and I'm sure he would like me to echo that some more. A graduate of Kingston College, currently a second-year student of the Selby Department, pursuing an associate's degree in engineering at the Great Excelsior Community College. Also, he serves in the capacity of Student Union Assistant Treasurer. Miguel Foster is a third-year student at the University of Technology, Jamaica, UTech. He is pursuing a Bachelor of Education in Industrial Technology with a major in Construction Technology. His major extracurricular activities are or will include woodworking, architectural concept drawing, and participating in the events and activities of the Advent Fellowship Society. As an avid poet, not many young men here being avid poets, but I do take my hats off to that, sir. Aspiring prolific writer and teacher in training, Miguel is passionate about ensuring that students receive the maximum benefits of formal education in all circumstances, notwithstanding their individual learning preferences and varying demographic. Ms. Keneen Senior is a senior lecturer and research officer at the Monique College, an associate psychologist and the executive director of God's Investment for Today, GIF Foundation Jamaica, a nonprofit organization focused on nurturing the positive development of at-risk children and youth. This year, Keneen published a journal called the Spirit of Excellence Journal, containing guided activities for reflection and cathartic release of emotions. She was one of 8 Jamaicans who participated in the 2022 Young Leaders of the Americas Initiative, YLAI Fellowship in the United States, and the first winner of the 2022 about her culture, Lascaux Foundation micro grant awarded to Caribbean women at home and in the diaspora who are creating positive change on cultural community. Miss Senior is diverse in her capabilities and has dubbed herself a lifelong learner. As such, she has pursued higher education at the University of the West Indies, Mona, where she earned a Bachelor of Science in Psychology with a minor in Criminology, the University of Technology, Jamaica, where she pursued a postgraduate diploma in education, and the University of North Dakota, where she acquired a Master's of Arts in Forensic Psychology. She is currently pursuing a doctoral studies in the area of counseling and psychological studies with a specialization in trauma and crisis counseling. Wow. Within the scope of education, Ms. Senior is a member of the National Education Sector Committee with a special focus on the psychosocial, nutrition, and safety needs of stakeholder groups, and currently serves as chairman on the Teachers Colleges of Jamaica Research Board. Keneen has served as the chair of the Education and Research Committee for the St. Anne chapter of the JTA for the conference 2020-2021 and 2021-2022. She is the 2018 recipient of the Council of Community Colleges Excellence in Instructional Leadership Award and the League of Innovation Johns and Swan Roche Excellence Award. Keneen is a member of the Church of God of Prophecy in Otrius, St. Anne, and serves as a lay minister, service coordinator, as well as a member of the praise and worship team. She is the parish counseling director and sits on the parish planning, finance committees, as well as the youth and young adults ministry executive. Where this woman find time? Let's welcome her. Miss Debbie McFarlane, somebody who looks familiar to me, has been an educator since 2009. She is trained in counseling psychology and marketing management. She has taught guidance and counseling and psychology. Before this, she was a marketing and media practitioner for 12 years. Currently, she's a guidance counselor at Excelsior Community College. My co-worker, Miss Debbie McFarlane. Online, we have Dr. Shakisha Wilson-Scott. Shakisha Wilson-Scott, Dr. Shakisha Wilson-Scott, is currently the research officer at Knox Community College. Her research interests generally relate to vulnerable populations such as persons with disabilities and persons living with HIV/AIDS. Her recent research thrust focuses on the use of affirming Caribbean research methodologies in conducting research with, on, or for the Caribbean people. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome this set of persons here, our panelists for today, under the theme or the topic, Understanding and Teaching the Post-Pandemic Learner. Let's give them a round of applause for taking the time out. I'll be your moderator. Now, the question is, when we look at the topic, Understanding and Teaching the Post-Pandemic Learner, what does that mean? Who are the stakeholders? Who are we to focus this inquiry on? And I want to share with you to set the tone, to give you that background as to what kinds of discussions are happening out there globally. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development recognizes the role that education plays in empowering people with the knowledge and skills to work together towards sustainable economic and social development, the highest attainable standards of health and well-being, equality, human rights, and global peace. COVID-19, however, threatens to reverse the progress made so far on the social development goals. The pandemic has a major impact on the education of Caribbean students and the closure of educational facilities from March 2020 onwards, impacting nearly 12 million learners in 29 Caribbean countries. there is a critical need to mitigate the impact of pandemic on students, both on their academic learning and the psychosocial effects. In particular, this must include students from the most vulnerable and marginalized groups, such as students with disabilities, migrant, refugee students from indigenous communities and other groups. Ladies and gentlemen, the discussion is ongoing, and we need to understand, we need to learn more about the learner. We need to learn more about the approaches that we need to take in this post-pandemic period. So I'm going to give our panelists an idea of a question or a thought. In 2 minutes, what are your thoughts? Because you must have gotten or received the panel topic previously. What is your view on the topic, understanding and teaching the post-pandemic learner? What is your view? Just 2 minutes to start the discussion. Let's get our blood circulating through our veins and our minds on the topic. So let us start with our first male, Mr. Minot, Tamri Shea Minot.
Okay, so me personally, I was a student who actually went through the COVID pandemic and was hugely affected by the pandemic. And as a result, students' expectations have changed, their motive has changed, their drive has changed, especially in recent times. So what I mainly focused on was how educators could actually adapt to the post-pandemic situation that we're now in and actually implement certain things to ensure or to change the way that we teach in order to cater to the new post-pandemic learners. So the first thing I had was emphasis on flexibility. So the pandemic, it created new ways of learning. It created things that would not be seen in the general system, things that we did not use in the traditional system, such as online learning, also known as remote learning. Some persons did not even receive classes, but actually received notes alone. I was a part of that group. And what flexibility refers to is actually the change in venue, the change in medium of the way we transmit the information. So in terms of flexibility, the main thing that what I realized personally is that I learn better in a face-to-face environment. Online classes led to too much distraction. Using the laptop, you have a variety of things you can do. And if you're actually not motivated, if you're not self-sustained, if you're not focused, then you will be distracted. And I realized that during the online learning, I actually was distracted. I realized that my grades started falling. I realized that I was not as motivated to study, to go to classes even. I used to even wake up, because a part of coming to school physically is that you have to get up and get ready to learn. When we're actually at home doing remote learning, a lot of the times you wake up minutes before the classes, and it greatly impacts us. Because during the first 30 minutes of waking up, I know for me personally, but I learned nothing during the first hour of the classes. I would actually catch probably the next hour of the class. So really I understood only half of what was going on. So personally, I realized that face-to-face classes were actually good for me, actually helped me. But the implementations that we got from online school also helped, because now we actually have a system in which we can communicate with our teachers without having to be physically there with them. The creation of WhatsApp groups, the creation of Google Classrooms, they allowed for the transmission of information to and fro without actually having to be physically there. And you could get feedback instantly. So you would not have to wait the night before and go to the teacher the day after. You could actually text the teacher. You could actually comment in the Google Classroom and get help immediately. It also created a kind of community, because everyone was not present. It was not just students, it was also teachers. So it created a community for persons to feel comfortable to share, to say that they don't understand.
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Go ahead, Miguel.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. I'm speaking not only from the perspective of a student at UTech, but also as a former preacher and teacher from October 2022 to January of this year. I was a teacher at the Little London High School, so I was able to interact with the post-pandemic learner. Now, based on my observation, both from the perspective of a student and a teacher, is that there is presently a great disconnect between the teacher and the learner. And apathy in students for education has never been higher in previous history. I see that there is a great crisis that students and the teachers are facing. Teachers are struggling despite their training in university and even postgraduate degrees to connect with the students of this day and age in helping them to understand the value of education and to keep them motivated, whether it is face-to-face or online learning. On the other hand, students during the COVID period, when they had a lot of free time, they were exposed to various alternatives to earn money, some legal, some illegal, whether entrepreneurship in a legal sense or in legal means. Also, students are overexposed, so they have a lack of respect for teachers in this day and age. So basically, the content of this topic should really be focused on how can teachers now go the extra mile, do something ingenious to connect with students, because this goes just beyond a theoretical knowledge, but there now has to be like an emotional bond with them, along with some practical means as well.
Good morning, everyone. I looked at the topic on the perspective of a guidance counselor and also as a lecturer. As a guidance counselor, we want to know exactly where the student is in terms of his or her psychological state or psychosocial state. One of the challenges that was very evident for me, especially during my engagement with the students, is the whole business of the attention span, because that was severely reduced. And when I do talk with the students concerning the whole effect of the pandemic, we find that many of them are disconnected. Why? Because they have found something that feeds their pleasure, and that is social media. And as a result of that engagement, consistent engagement with social media, what has happened is that they become terribly distracted in the face-to-face context, even the online context. And that is a key challenge, because constant engagement also changes how the brain processes information. It changes that portion of the brain that deals with attention. So even as I look at it from a counselor's perspective, I imagine that is also something that we'll have to address. How do we get them back on track? How do we rebuild that ability?
All right, good morning, everyone. As I thought about the topic for our discussion this morning, understanding and teaching the post-pandemic learner, I recognize that while there were challenges during the pandemic, and we tend to focus a lot on what we lost during the pandemic, there are also a lot of good that came out of the experiences in the remote and distance learning experience. And so while we can talk about the mental health concerns that would have surfaced during the pandemic, the learning loss the apathy and the lack of motivation, we also have to recognize that what came about through the pandemic too was a development of resilience, learning more about the online environment. And so in our understanding of the post-pandemic learner, how do we capitalize on what it is that we have gained during the pandemic, what it is that we have learned from those missteps? Because the truth is that we were caught unprepared, right? Both students and teachers, if we're going to be honest. And so for both of us, it was a learning process. We have learned some good, we have learned some bad. How do we capitalize on and learn from the mistakes and the gaps that we have recognized? I was one of those persons who thought that it would have been cool to work from home. And the pandemic taught me, like my friend from KC, right? That the face-to-face environment, we can't get away from it. One of the things I think that was reinforced during the pandemic is the value of the educator. A lot of persons thought that we could do away with teachers. The pandemic reinforced the value that we place within the classroom. So we can talk about that some more.
Thank you very much. Dr. Wilson Scott is online, and we want to bring her perspective on things as well. Dr. Wilson Scott?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. All right, when I looked at
Hold on a minute, Dr. Wilson Scott. We're just going to turn up the volume a bit.
Sure.
We're not hearing you. It's low. But while we're just adjusting the dial a little bit, I just want to share again another article as the Dr. Wilson Scott comes to us. The pandemic changed everything about the experience of higher education for the vast majority of students, from how they are taught and learn how they're taught and learn course content, to how they interact with faculty, peers, and others across the institution. We are hearing some of that coming out, especially from what Ms. McFarlane said as well, that they focus more on the social media. So that kind of interaction is probably something that we will have to really try to reteach them how to, to re-socialize, get back into that socialization thing. It continued to say that students' mental health and well-being are interconnected and with academic success and persistence to graduation. We'll talk about that. I have a question for you. Let's try again. Oh, she's gone. Are we ready?
I'm here. Are you hearing me any better now?
No, I'm still not hearing you. Let's turn up Dr. Wilson Scott volume dial a little bit more. Right? So that article that I just read was from the Times Higher Education, a 2022 article defining the student experience post-pandemic. So as I said earlier, there are a plethora of articles on this particular topic, and we have to get it right moving forward. 2020 was the period that we started to slow down, that we started to see the changes. We were a bit confused. What is happening? Persons were not comfortable with the online setting. There are many who tried, and there are many who excelled, but there is still a major challenge. And if we're going to protect our future, preserve the present, we have to make sure that we continue this discourse, but not only to continue the discourse, but to find a solution, to nip the issue in the bud right away. Because I hear our very intelligent and eloquent speaker here, Mr. Tamri Shea Minot, speak from a student perspective of how it was challenging for him. But I realized that even though it was challenging for him, listen, this young man had the gadgets to persevere through the online, and he is intelligent enough to realize that he was faltering along the way. And I'm very glad to hear our budding male teacher here, who again also spoke eloquently about his students and the impact that, having this online situation really created a challenge for himself, the teachers, and his students. We're hearing, and I'll speak more to what Miss Keneen, may I say Keneen, right? Keneen mentioned earlier. Let's go again, Miss Dr. Wilson Scott. Let's try again.
I try.
You see, this
Testing.
is one of the challenges.
Are you
of
hearing
post-pandemic.
me?
Turn up the volume, Miss Wilson Scott.
Are you hearing me? Testing
I'm not even hearing
technology.
you know. What's happening?
Not hearing at all. Testing, no.
Mr. Daly, I'm hearing Miss Scott. I don't know if it is on your end. I'm not hearing Mr. Daly, no.
Testing. Can you hear me? I'm not hearing.
Hello?
Hello?
I know Dr. Wilson Scott to make a answer question twice. Let me go to Ms. McFarlane. You mentioned your area of specialization is in the psychology area counseling, right? And I want to ask you a question. Explain to us very succinctly. Explain to us how the well-being or well-being is interconnected with our academic activity success. I want you to explain to us how the well-being of an individual, of a student, is interconnected with academic success.
If I were to go back to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and I look at the basic needs, the physiological needs, and the safety needs, and all those needs, usually those needs will have to be realized before we can literally focus on the higher end needs, and that is the need of achieving. And so we find that when these needs are not satisfied for students, it's difficult. But of course, person's makeup are different. And we have found in our context where the students may not have funding, and these are the students we may interview, those of the counselors who are here, we find definitely that many of those who may not have funding for meals, funding for transportation, etc., it's difficult for them to pursue higher education. And I say this because many persons tend to operate in the here and now. I need this now, I need to deal with this now. And we as educators, we have a middle class mindset where we are thinking, go after the education and do this, all right? But they are focused on the things that they have, the needs that they have now. And so even in that sense, we may find that persons may drop out of school may drop out of school in order to take care of that need.
Keneen, I mean, it is still up your stream. You know, do you have what would be your comments on that too in terms of the well-being? I know Ms. McFarlane covered several areas there.
Right. So we always say this thing in the field of mental health that there is no health without good mental health. So we're finding that if it is that there are students who are dealing with mental health issues, be it depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, which is what we're seeing coming out of the pandemic, then definitely it is going to have an impact on their desire, their motivation to continue education. So one of the things we're seeing coming out of the pandemic is that there has been an increase in mental health issues among college students in the last decade, and COVID has compounded that issue. So coming out of the pandemic, we are not just, we're now caught trying to balance the academic needs, trying to teach them content, but at the same time having to deal with the mental health needs that have surfaced as a result of the pandemic. And so one of the things that we're hearing,
Are we hearing an echo? Is that progress?
It's progress.
Don't lose the chain of thought there.
Right.
Are you hearing me now? Good morning.
Yes, we are hearing you now.
Okay, wonderful. I'm happy to wait until the person who was speaking finishes her
Go ahead.
what
Go
she's
ahead.
saying.
Go ahead. No problem.
Right. So we're talking about the frustration from learning loss coming out of the pandemic. The limited socialization would have had an impact on mental health as well. So one of the terms that we're hearing a lot of right now is the trauma-informed education. A lot of that is coming out in the research. Coming into the classroom, how do we teach students with the sensitization towards trauma? And so if it is that we're not catering to those socio-emotional needs, we can't teach, or at least we're going to attempt to teach, but the content is not going to go through effectively.
You have an advantage. I don't. As it relates to that challenge that you speak about. And we're going to come back to that later on. Dr. Wilson Scott.
Sorry, that was on me this time. Good morning again. Are you still hearing me?
We are hearing you loud and clear.
Wonderful. Thank you. So quite a few questions have passed. I'm going to start with the first and try to jump to where the conversation is now. In terms of the theme, understanding and teaching the post-pandemic learner, for me, it spanned a couple areas, a couple facets. One, looking at the learner and how the learner has evolved. Looking at the teacher and the teacher and how the teacher has been forced to evolve as well. And I'm intentional about the forced there because we are looking at a generational difference as well. You would have found that though our learners had to, along with us, they had to learn quickly to adapt to the use of technology. They were more au fait with it in many cases. There was also that response to the changing learning space, and it's still changing, and that's why I'm using that continuous verb, as well as the change in the philosophy of learning. And I know that's, you've kind of touched on that and pedagogy and how that has evolved as well in response to the pandemic. In terms of the well-being of our students and what it will mean for the ongoing teaching and learning experience, just to follow up on what the last presenter was saying, what is recognized is that the students have come into the quote-unquote post-pandemic era with a new set of issues. The anxiety is there. There's a lot more anxiety around a range of things. And a part of that is really not having the underground face-to-face experience, the social interaction that allows students to really gauge who or what or when. In some instances, because not all colleges have returned face-to-face, There is the comfort of being behind the screen, the safety of the screen, and not even having the camera on. And that also has implications for self-identity and the ability to actually openly and willingly engage others in a face-to-face setting. I remember having a conversation recently with a student who said to me, Miss, I'm a pandemic student. And so coming back, being required to come now into a face-to-face setting for her was causing tremendous anxiety. So these are things that we will now have to think about and address as educators and administrators. Have I said enough?
You've said a lot. You've said a lot, and you know, I'm just reflecting. I'm a trained teacher, and I have been in the profession for many years. I may not look it, but you know, I've been in the profession for many years. But sometimes it is worrying, Dr. Wilson Scott. You mentioned the students making that hard transition, that difficult transition from the impersonal space to the face-to-face space. And this is where the challenge lies, because we're not only preparing our lessons in a creative way or try to do so in a creative way for our students, but we have to also practice a lot of other things in order to get to the students. You understand what I'm saying? We have to be mindful that, listen, the students are not in front of us. We have to listen to the tone, what's happening there, you know, in order to get the message and the concept across. Before I come back to you, Dr. Wilson Scott, I want to hear from our young budding teacher. What is he doing to manage this situation that he's facing? Coming out of COVID, right? Coming out of COVID and entering the classroom, what are you doing, sir? Because we want to hear, probably we can learn something from you.
That would be in relation to well-being and academics?
Yes.
Well, from the perspective of a student, you certainly have a lot of struggles, and they're definitely a distraction to my academics as well. And depression and anxiety is a real thing. It can happen to anybody. You have some people who operate functionally, and many times I operate on a functional level where I don't necessarily shut down, but I definitely have a lot on my mind. So to be honest, I just slow down sometimes. I just put away all the work and I try to process my thoughts. As I said, I'm a writer. So I write my thoughts, or I have trusted friends. I try to talk to them. I try to accept that I can't control everything in my life at the present point, but I try to do the best I can. Usually it's when we try to overthink and try to think on a long-term basis all the time that things might seem very impossible and stressful, but I just try to take things one step at a time. So one assignment at a time, take my breaks, you know, buy myself a nice food to eat sometime, go out.
Positive mindset.
Yes, and just positively reinforce that, you know, you have a goal heading towards, and it's okay for you to feel stressed, but once you can admit that, then you can make the steps necessary to move forward.
Thank you very much. Dr. Wilson Scott, back to you a little bit, because your general interest in the vulnerable population, I'm going to take you outside of the but close enough. You mentioned those students who are returning to the classroom. I regard them as the vulnerable group as well. Am I correct in saying so?
You are very correct in saying so. We haven't defined them as such formally, but I do think we will need to, based on the magnitude of work that we will have to do in addition to what we normally do as educators.
So, and in that work, that volume of work, what I want to ask you is, which probably you may have done the research already, or it is something that I could inspire you to do. How do we approach these vulnerable groups now? I mean, you have so many persons you have to try to motivate to return to class. You have so many persons who you have to try to motivate to say, you are an intelligent, bright young lady, young man. You need to move on to the next level so that you can achieve your goals. What is your take?
So the affirmation is important. It will require research. It will require us actually understanding who our students are post-pandemic. And we're not just talking about the standard things that we do, like in a new student survey. It's going further and understanding what their experiences have been, how prepared are they to now transition into whatever space it is. Some of us are going to be face-to-face, some will be hybrid, some will remain online. How prepared are you as a student to move? Bearing in mind that we are preparing our students not to remain students, but we're preparing them to enter into the labor market. And for many, as far as I know, many of our workplaces, they're not online. And so we have to engender that sense of preparedness to move from the safety of behind the screen for some of them to actually being out there in the workforce, doing what you need to do to achieve your targets, to perform exceptionally, and not to be socially insecure. That's the best term I can come up with right now. There will be a lot, and a lot will have to be informed by the evidence. That's how you can ensure that you make the right decisions in terms of what to do. Our populations across colleges are different, so it will require perhaps specific college-based, university-based studies to understand what is required for our own populations. I do anticipate that students will require a lot more psychosocial support in terms of their individual learning journeys, in terms of their developing and pursuing their career pathways, and linking effectively to the various social spaces that they are connected to. Sorry, I'm not hearing.
Mr. Daly?
Not hearing you, Mr. Daly.
Join again. Where's that genius who got the thing connected?
Hearing
we're on
now.
now?
We're
Hearing
on.
now. Okay. So I'm throwing the baton, Dr. Wilson Scott, to my learned friend. Somebody saying something? Miss Senior. Right? I want Pat here. Because as I was saying that sometimes it's traumatizing for the teacher. And if we're going to understand the learner in this post-pandemic time, what you'd have to the online platform, the teaching using the technology. It's traumatizing. Sometimes I hear my colleagues, they're not ball out, you know. They're not balling out, but they're definitely feeling the pinch. What do you say?
Very interesting that you would have posed that question to me. I was discussing with my colleague just yesterday because I'm actually looking at the whole idea of developing the trauma-informed model in higher education. That's part of my research. And one of the things that we were focused on was how it is that we take care of ourselves as helping professionals being thrusted into this new space. How do we cater to the students, but at the same time, cater to us? Because what we are finding coming out of the research, lecturers, teachers, encountering what they call vicarious traumatization. So they're taking on the trauma of the students or secondary traumatic stress, and of course, burnout. So while we talk about educating ourselves about the technology and the trauma that the students are likely to experience, we cannot overemphasize the need for self-care as educators. All right, so I heard Dr. Wilson Scott talking about, and I think it was Miguel who mentioned the whole importance of the writing and the support system. just as how we tell our students that they need to disconnect from the social media and all of that, that is equally important for us. There needs to be a time when we disconnect from all of these tools that we are being taught, because the truth is, I don't know if that was the experience here. When the pandemic came in, we were all being rushed into all of these training seminars on how to use the tools. I see Mr. Minot's face, right? And so we became overwhelmed with it all, but there had to be a time when we took a break from it. He talked about the whole need for support systems. We cannot overemphasize the importance of our friends and our family members. What time do we set aside for those persons? And also the need for collaboration. So there are persons who are more adept at the technology than others. We need to lean on those persons some more, right? And not try to go the road alone. There needs to be a space for mindfulness. Not many institutions have gotten to that point where we set aside time for mindfulness activities, where we check in with each other to find out what's happening with you, how can I support you? So to create a safe space for that kind of engagement and interaction, where it's not so much about the students, but how it is that we are coping on a personal level and how we're coping on a professional level.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that. You know, we're in the last 5 minutes of this conversation, and I really do appreciate the content, the information, the experience that is being shared here. And just the last article that I found here, return to university classrooms with blended learning, a possible post-pandemic COVID-19 scenario. Teachers face the major challenge of adapting their course plan and designing virtual format in a short period of time, in some cases with little institutional resources or capabilities. This is from Sharma and Buzzkirk 2020, as early as 2020. This implied that the teaching staff had to adapt their learning resources and activities, as well as their assessment processes, to a new teaching scenario. You mentioned that as well. Minot mentioned his experience in making the transition from the online to the classroom. Now, I want you in the last 4 minutes here to just give me in one recommendation to the teacher and a student. So each of you are going to give me one recommendation to the teacher as a learner. In your case, a very difficult task. In your case, as to the teacher and to the learner, you have both experiences, and my two colleagues here to the teacher and the learner. One recommendation. What would be your recommendation? I'm going to allow, first of all, Minot to speak. Dr. Willis, you're going to have the last say this evening.
Okay, so personally, I've experienced that, as was stated so many times, that community is actually something that is very important in the learning environment. And a reason that I think that I thrive so much in physical classes is that you get the chance to socialize with others. You are able to talk to persons, develop relationships. And I think giving group work has actually helped with that, because it forces persons to communicate, to work together, to achieve a common goal. And I realized that personally, on my own, I wouldn't be able to do many other things that I do now. So the main thing, or the biggest recommendation I could give, was to develop a community. Thank you.
Excellent.
My recommendation to teachers is to remember why they became teachers in the first place. Many persons take on teaching just for the paycheck, but
just for what?
Just for the paycheck. But two key qualities teachers tend to forget, which is basically empathy and compassion. Basically the same thing. The post-pandemic learner is suffering in more ways than one. And even though the main aim for teachers should be to formulate their lesson plans, deliver information, Personal time should be taken by the teacher as best and appropriately as possible to connect with students, to find out their problems, even if they cannot help practically. Being a listening ear can create that connect between the teacher and students to make the learning experience and the teaching experience more effective.
Both eloquently said.
Well, I believe the teacher can be more dynamic in engaging the students in the context of attention challenges, is to actually prepare the lessons in small portions so that there are periodic breaks. Secondly, the teacher needs to allow the students to know that they are there for them, especially in issues where they may have mental health challenges and other challenges. And for the students, there has to be some relearning, even as it relates to the time that they may spend on social media, because it does impact the mind and alters the brain. And also engage more in corporate learning with their peers. I think that also helps. And when that is done, I think teachers need to be also aware that they need to inform that groups are not just there to be formed for you to just do an assignment,
10
but
seconds.
also they should know, let them understand the importance of the group, why they exist. All right.
Awesome. Beautifully said. My colleague.
Right. So for the students, I would say lean on your support systems. Your peers, your teachers, the guidance counselors, they're there to support your resilience and your getting back to learning. So lean on the support systems that exist. And for our educators, I would say progress, don't regress. There's a lot that we would have learned from the pandemic, and I feel like some of us, we would have said, oh, we're back, we're out of the pandemic. No. So all of the tools that we would have learned, we are going to shun them. And I was sharing with a colleague just yesterday the whole idea of ChatGPT. And we want to just forget about that these things even exist. The reality is that they exist. We don't want to alienate them. We need to embrace them and find ways of integrating them into learning. So progress, do not regress with the pandemic.
Awesome. Love that. Love that. Love that. Dr. Wilson Scott.
My last presenter, co-presenter, stole one of my words, embrace. So for the teacher, I'm going to say embrace and persist. Embrace the change. I know oftentimes we don't like change, but as someone else said, change can be good. Find the opportunities that have emerged from this change and persist. Persist in what we do, the passion of what we do, and make it work. Bridging the gap with our students. For the student, I'm going to also say persevere and reignite. I find that for a lot of students, the understanding of the education journey and what it means for them has altered. It's not as driven as it used to be. And so I want to encourage the student to not be fearful, be open-minded, and come on board as you are and apply all your skill sets, those unique qualities as well, because there is a space for it. And so once we work together, teacher, learner, and collaborate with all of these elements, I think we will overcome and we will excel, we will surpass where we were before.
Thank you very much. 30 seconds left. Now, my approach this morning, we really wanted to get the perspective of these experts here, the experience of these individuals. And questions were asked. It was my responsibility to ask questions on your behalf. And I hope that at the end of the day, we did get some recommendations. I think we got a little bit closer to understanding and teaching the learner in the post-pandemic era. But there still has to be more discussion. My recommendation to you too is to keep reading, keep, gaining other person's experience so that you can evolve as well, because you don't want to stress out yourself. You have to be creative. Don't be static, be dynamic in your teaching approach so that you can function and you can, succeed as a teacher, because it is not about the pay. Definitely not about the pay. It is about building our nation, developing our students for success. And I really do want to, from the bottom of my heart, express my gratitude on behalf of the team here at Excelsior Community College who executed this research day. Thank you to Mr. Minot, Mr. Foster, Ms. McFarlane, Ms. Senior, Dr. Wilson Scott for sharing with us, your experiences, your thoughts about this topic, understanding and teaching the learner in the post-pandemic period. We want to also especially thank our guests who are here from near and far. Those who are in other parts of the Caribbean, maximum respect to you for being here. And we want to continue the discussion in 2024. So if I'm not there, you make sure that you are there. Do have yourselves a wonderful morning and continue to enjoy the rest of the research day. Bye-bye.
Mic check, hello. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Well, it's not quite afternoon as yet. We have a few minutes to go. My name is Cheryl Clark Martin, and I'm going to be the moderator for this session. So we have three really interesting discussions coming up. The first of which is from Mrs. Carla McIntosh Gordon. She is from the Victoria Mutual Group. I was just looking at her lovely picture just now, and I saw the tagline "Transform you every day." And I don't know, I must have heard that on the media somewhere. Transform you every day. That's you. Okay. All right. I think I need your autograph after. All right, so Mrs. McIntosh is going to present on a corporate perspective on quality effectiveness in higher education. Mrs. Carla McIntosh Gordon is the Victoria Mutual Group's Chief Strategy Officer who oversees the program management and group strategy portfolios. As such, she has the overall responsibility for the development and execution of the group's business strategy, as well as honing and developing the leadership potential of the team. Ladies and gentlemen, please make Mrs. Carla McIntosh Gordon welcome to our ECC Research Conference.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I see that the discussion is already rich because I came in the last part of the previous conversation, presentation, and discussion, and it was really good. So I hope I'm able to add more value to what you've already received. All right. Don't I will have to use presentation. All right, so I'm going to use the presentation. All right, so you have chosen a very rich theme for your forum, your conference today. And I'll be taking it from the corporate perspective. So when we talk about the corporate perspective, what do we require from the student? What do we require from the from the educational or tertiary institutions with which we work and partner? So I looked up your mission. Okay. All right. Mic check, mic check. Okay, great. All right, so let's go back to the one before. Right. All right. So I looked up at the vision and mission for the organization, the educational institution, and I would have highlighted certain words, certain keywords. And as I heard the panel before, it struck similar chords for me. I heard about progressive, moving forward. When we look at transformative, that is what you're talking about. What are the new ways of doing things? Agile, how quickly do we move? How quick does the student need to be? How quick does our program, do our programs need to be? We're talking about linkages, and that's going to be key. Hold on to that thought of linkages because that's what we're going to be talking about here. Quality. What does quality education look like? Is it just the bright students? You're coming out with a top grade because you've gotten a top scholarship, you have gotten top of the class? What does that quality look like? Or are we looking at a more rounded individual? And what does the corporate entity want from that student? We're talking about applied research. As we seek to improve as tertiary institution, what informs our program? Do we need to work with corporate entities to know, look at what our curriculum should look like? Is there any worth? Is there any value in it? Or do we continue to move with the programs we have so orchestrated before? Partnership, very, very key in today's post-pandemic world. Yeah, so these are key words I want you to focus on as you look at your mission and your vision for 2024, and that's going to be the basis of today's discussion. Overall employability model. I don't know if a lot of you would have seen this, but I've already spoken about academic performance. A whole lot of focus for tertiary institutions is on performance. However, technical skills, personality, where that come from? Personality, that's what corporates want. Come on, you guys are here to make money. Where personality come into this? Communication skill, that's a given. Leadership and motivational skills, but won't I develop that on the job? Why are you asking me for this now? Teamwork and problem solving skills. No, you've asked me to be an individual. I go, I get my degree, I get my certification. I like to work alone. Like Mr. Incredible, if y'all remember Mr. Incredible, I work alone, buddy. That's not the case anymore. That's one of my favorite. Yeah. All right. So here is a basis of my presentation. Let's go. So assessing talent and how we work. So here's the situation, guys. Corporates operate in what we call a VUCA world. What does VUCA mean? It's an acronym. Volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. Things are constantly changing in that world and changing fast. But then here comes COVID, and that adds the catalyst because everything that we have previously known, destroyed, dismantled, create a new way of thinking. Given all of these, so we talk about population shifts and imbalances. Previously, when our tertiary institutions taught, they taught for the local market. Now they're teaching for the local market, to serve the local market, but also to serve the international market. But there's more. Post-pandemic, we have to make our students even sharper. You know why? Because testing. Because as a corporate, because there are no more barriers, I am looking for employees wherever I can find them. I can get African employees. I can get them from Europe. I can get them from the Americas. I can get them from America, South America, North America. They can work anywhere. The competition level has just risen another notch. So how do we prepare our students to make them the best possible students that are competing internationally, even if they stay here? Risk mitigation, disruptive technologies. We heard in the panel discussion before, ChatGPT and how ChatGPT, and there's this concern, there's this fear that ChatGPT is going to take away a whole lot of jobs. Being in the corporate space now, what I now realize, and all of this fear that we have had that technology is going to take your jobs, absolute rubbish. Technology is going to enhance the jobs we currently do and make room for more jobs. But it also means we have to be aware of what these disruptive technologies are and prepare accordingly. We talk about progress, not regressing. So therefore, it's something we must embrace. How do we introduce it in our schools? How do we make our students best prepared given disruptive technology? Corporate scandal. You might not be able to see the bottom of the screen. It says corporate scandal. Ouch. SSL, and we are all nervous as corporates, as financial institutions as a result. Yeah, it can happen to any one of us. And that has a huge impact on the financial space. You would have seen FSC, a regulatory entity, is now going to be taken over by the BOG because they want to make sure they manage risks better. What that have to do with we as students? What that have to do with educational institutions? It means not only are you preparing your students academically, but for these real life issues. How do we address risks? How do we manage risks? World financial uncertainties. We are seeing the world turn over. Inflation rate is high. Again, come on, relate this to me as a student. I'm trying to get my degree here. How do we adequately prepare them to assess, analyze, and respond and provide recommendations? Yeah, it's not 1+1 anymore, but 1+1, what it could be possibly be, what it could it be in the future? Yeah, how do we turn that around? So we're asking you, and you would have seen it already in PEP and the ridiculous, I think it's a little bit early, but the ridiculous questions they're asking some of these kids in PEP. But you see that strategic and assessment and analysis, it's what we need to have all across the board up to tertiary institution. And they're seeing it as necessary to start early because they want to inculcate it in the kids so they start thinking differently already, right? So that's what we want to bring to the table. Globalization, need not speak about, I spoke about it when I mentioned that the world is now an oyster, an open place, there are no borders. Therefore, we need to think of our students differently, even if they stay here. So here we are with all of these problems going on. There's a disconnect and shifting beliefs. There's a disconnect as our graduates are not applying crucial skills like critical thinking, discuss that, and problem solving in the world of work. There's a disconnect on how our organization understands the emerging generation. You know, we're clueless as to how millennials and Gen Zs operate. You know, you guys think so differently. How do we bridge the gap between baby boomers who are still working, Gen Xers, and the new age, the new generation gap? How do we bridge that gap? How do we make sure they understand the cultural nuances when they come into an organization? Changing needs between the demands of the workplace and what is needed from the new employees. I need it to be bright. I need it to come knowing, come into the job knowing. And there is the 800-pound gorilla in the room. Come into the job knowing. How we must come into the job knowing? We don't have experience. We're just coming from school. Come on. Yeah, that's what we're going to tackle today. So here are some more of the new attitudes and skills required from the new employee. Change management. You probably hadn't even heard or understood that concept. What's this change management of what you should speak? Yeah. How do you manage the process to help reduce the level of stress and resistance towards change initiatives? So we want to change from here to here. How do you make the people go with you? And how do you eliminate your feeling stressed in making the change because the people them stubborn? Yeah. How do you manage that stress? Understanding the impact of culture. There is an expression in corporate world, culture eats strategy for breakfast. And it doesn't matter how well you have planned out your strategy. If you have a culture of, yeah, we'll do it tomorrow, dead in the water. How do we prepare our students for that? And what they see and how they bend the culture. Leadership. We're asking that you come in with leadership skills, and everybody doesn't have leadership skills. But guess what? It can be developed. Leadership skills can be developed. So fret not if you have none. It can be developed. And in most people, it's innate. And it's residing there, but you haven't had an opportunity. You usually see the academic performers, the stars, all who get the A's, yeah, as the leaders. But you forgot the influencers. These are the people, them don't get an A, but them know everybody in the school and them know how the school run. Influencers, and how do we garner and culture and build that culture of leadership even while the academic pursuits are not top of the line, because it takes the whole to make the student. Innovation, are they coming with new ideas? You know, I told my team, and they were very resentful when I did it. I said, Carla, I have a problem. They come to my door. Carla, I have a problem. Oh, really? Who did you ask before you came to my door? I want you to collaborate with your team members, and I want you to, what solution do you have to tell me? Carla, just help me now. Until they started to come with the ideas and the recommendations. Carla, this is what we came up with. And then I went one step further. What do you think you should do? This one, run it now, run it. So we have to be able to make the student build them so much that innovation and problem solving becomes a part of their expertise, and they're confident in taking a decision, making the decision, running with it. So what if it turns out wrong? Not all decisions will turn out right. You build again, but you have to make them so that they are not afraid of making those decisions. That's what's going to push our generation or our students forward for the future. Team membership, because nobody plays alone, and I always like to play alone. That's me. I'm an introvert. Give me the work and let me do it, and then I'll get back to you. That Sankey don't sing anymore in corporate world. You have to work with people. Yeah. And you will find that the person who doesn't have the highest qualifications in terms of A's, B's, and C, you see, when they work, that influencer who knows everybody with the school say, I have something, that's when their stars start to shine. Yeah. Like the expression goes, it's my time to shine. That's when you see them start coming out. How do we encourage this and make it a part of our curricula? Because we're not thinking of these soft skills as part of our curricula in tertiary education. Digitalization. Come on now. How are we going to provide those digital solutions that make work easier? And we're not going to discredit Excel, because Excel can be digitalized and still perform the best of services, but how do we use it to solve problems? I've seen when I used to work at another institution, the young man wrote a script, so he would have to manually do an exercise. He was in IT. He had to manually do an exercise. He wrote a script to do the work, and he was finished his work in 25 minutes every day. Yeah. How do you now therefore challenge such a talented individual to do other work that satisfies him? Of course, he left. You do your work 25, and you're so challenged because you're able to build a program in such a time. If you are not developed, if you are not encouraged, you're out of there. So how do we have the students building digital and coming up with digital solutions that solve problems? All right, so I'm gonna tell you a little bit about VM. One of the things I loved about when I came to VM, they have a talent-rich program. And I said talent-rich. How talent is managed in that organization is mind-blowing. When I went there, I was like, oh my goodness, this program is awesome. What they do for each and every team member, we call them team members, not staff, not employees, team member. We take a 3-phased approach to your development, and everybody has to have what you call an IDP, individual development plan. How do we build you? We must have successors so that if Carla decides to leave the work or kick the bucket, who can fit in seamlessly into Carla's role. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about this talent management plan, because it's important in how we build on a tertiary level and how we inculcate programs like that into the whole. All right, so let's skip a bit. I'm going to skip this because it's a bit hard to read, but you can go on to the next one, please. Good. All right, so we have a 3-pronged approach to talent management. I'm going to start with the coaching first. So you are assigned to a coach, And there might be soft skills, there might be technical skills in which you're not quite strong. And that coach helps you to develop them. Feedback, here are some of the things you can do, etc. Right? And there's ongoing monitoring of those skills to make sure that that's developed. There is formal learning. So we do believe in the education system, and sometimes we do have programs, academic programs within the organization to carry you along as well. Here's the other one, experience-based learning, where the team members are provided with developing place assignments. You're actually doing the job. Yeah, so you have to do the job in order to learn. And what we have found is that 70% of learning takes place by doing. 70% of learning takes place by doing. And we can see it anecdotally. We know that when we learn something, we understand it better, we understand it faster when we do it. Yeah, most people learn better that way. So if we learn better, and the evidence supports that the majority of persons learn better by doing, how do we narrow the gap? And here's my final page. How do we narrow the gap? What can tertiary institutions do? Tertiary institutions can establish partnerships as per your vision and mission, establish partnerships with corporate entities to ensure that internships are a part of your curriculum. So nobody in third year or fourth year leaves the institution without having partnered with an entity where the student is able to go to the place of employ and actually learn on the job what it really means, what culture really looks like, what leadership looks like, or enhanced leadership rather, what risks and risk management really look like. So that internship is crucial to programs nowadays as we prepare our students for the international workplace. It's flat. Mentorships, coaching. So as well as internships, how do we partner with corporate entities to ensure that they're coaching? And I mean, you have executives by the pound. How do you make sure? So the first time I had an aside, the first time I had a mentor was when I went to VM. And that mentor was Courtney Campbell, who was also my boss. But I said, I am so sorry I just got a mentor, because what I learned in that short space of time was exponential. So you would have seen young people, 20, 25, who would have been assigned a mentor, and their CEOs and their C-suites by the time they're 13. You say, how? It's that learning and that facilitation of learning that actually makes them grow that much faster. A mentor is exceptionally important. So even if one is not assigned to you as a student, partnering, seeking a mentor, getting a mentor, you're gonna grow. Whether you decide to go to university or not. If you decide that you're gonna start your business, you want to avoid those mistakes that earlier people had. A mentor does that. All right, so partnerships, that sort of partnerships is exceptionally important. Partnered research. Tertiary institutions always need money. Yeah, you have research to do, you have exercises to do. Can you partner with corporates to get that funding so you can do this research? Of course you can. And when you establish with these partnerships, that's one of the major benefits that you get as a result. Possible funding of early stage research projects in university. Introduction to transformational and transactional leadership. Again, critical as part of the makeup for the new curriculum. It doesn't hurt. It's not taking away from the program. It's enhancing the program, right? So as we look to transformational leadership, what are the new theories? What are the new strategies that are being taught that are in the real world? How can we make our students open, and how can we make these strategies available to students? Mentorship, coaching. And of course, a lot of young people are interested in climate change. A lot of young people are interested in diversity, equity, and inclusion. As we look to partner, and as students want to see this in the real world and how it manifests itself in the real world, again, those internships help you. The intern can come in based on what they see, based on what they observe. They can even provide recommendations. They're young, they're coming. They provide recommendations on how you can ideally make these situations better. So post-pandemic has floored the world, has flattened the world. And we want to make our students ready in faster time. And we believe in faster time, and getting that experience is through partnerships. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. McIntosh Gordon. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. Never heard that before, but I can apply it to the classroom situation. There are many times we go with the strategy, the plan, and then the culture. Because of culture, we have to change. And you have given us really concrete points on how we can bridge the gap and bridge the divide when we are faced with these circumstances. Thank you very much, Mrs. McIntosh. We're going to leave her question section for after, right? So we have 2 more rich presentations. We're going to try, I'm a bit over time, but our next presenter. So we just spoke about corporate Jamaica and what it is that is required in the workplace, especially for higher education. This one is exciting too. Artificial intelligence. I see Mrs. Curtis Morrison, yay. All right, so ChatGPT, Packback, that's the only one I know, but Packback, that's what I use. Mr. Kevin Brown is here to give us some more information on artificial intelligence. He is the co-founder of Voto Virtual Solutions. Mr. Kevin Brown is an experienced creative professional with over a decade of experience within the industry and approximately 4 years experience in web and software development. Mr. Brown brings a unique perspective to every project. With a proven track record of success and a wealth of experience working for notable agencies such as Wealth Magazine, Toucan Media Jamaica, and Digital Global. He has been involved in projects for major companies such as NCB, Scotiabank, Sagicor, Grace Kennedy, and many others. In 2021, he co-founded Voto Virtual Solutions, a company focused on removing the pain points of technology for humans by crafting memorable human-centered experiences through the use of user experience design and development. And their clients include SMEs and bigger players such as Resolve It or Resolve IT, UNDP Jamaica Chapter, Kalila Reynolds Media, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. With a deep understanding of user behavior and an unwavering commitment to excellence, he is passionate about leveraging technology to create meaningful connections between people and the tools or products they interact with. As a speaker, he brings a unique perspective on the intersection of creativity, technology, and human-centered design, and is excited to share his insights and expertise and inspire others to achieve their full potential. Ladies and gentlemen, please make Mr. Kevin Brown welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm just going to really and truly go into it because it's a lot, taking in short space of time, but I'll try to do it as best as possible. So we're talking about artificial intelligence and how it really works in our modern day context. Just give me a moment here. So artificial intelligence is a broad term, and we use it very loosely, but it's very close to us and we don't even know. So what is it really? It is any type of computer software that engages in human-like activities. So it does things along the line of learning, planning, and problem solving. So there are actual aspects of artificial intelligence that we interact with on a regular basis, but we don't even know it. Some of those things include our digital assistants, Alexa, Cortana, Siri, and Google Assistant. Now, these represent a specific type of artificial intelligence. So saying that thing is artificial intelligence is like saying that a car is a vehicle or a fork is a utensil. It's technically correct, but it is within the broad scope of what those general things are. So let's look at two aspects of artificial intelligence. The first one is machine learning. Now, in order to explain this, machine learning simply is a computer getting a vast amount of data and giving it back to you in a particular context that you can consume easily. Let me give you an example. The dreaded autocorrect. You've been typing, and we are Jamaicans, so we like to chat how we want to chat. And because this is a very biased system created in America, it's not going to allow us to do it. However, built into your smartphone now, your smartphone can learn to adapt to the way in which you speak. You may be typing something and you notice that a little bubble comes up and hovers and say, maybe this is the word you actually want to type. But then you're like, no, I want this. So if I'm saying wagwan, I'll just say boop, that one, and exit off and say, I want to use that one. Whenever you select one of those things, what you're actually doing is running a function on your device to say, do not try to correct me. This is actually what I'm trying to say, and this is what I want to say. And after continuous use and running the function, telling it no, 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 then it starts to decide that, oh, this is actually what you want to say. So when somebody sends you a message, you will actually see Wagwan come up as a predictive text instead of you having to change it. And that is actually called predictive text. That's a version of machine learning. Now, the next one is called deep learning. This one is a little bit more nuanced. It entails the computer or the software having to take in the same vast amounts of data, but it is what is known as non-linear. Now you have linear and non-linear. Linear is simply a straight connection to something. Non-linear reasoning, which is what deep learning uses, is a non-linear connection, meaning I don't need to connect to this to learn about something else. I am getting these amounts of data. So even if I get only one data, I can still do my task. So an example of this is in self-driving cars. You may have heard about them. They're more popular in LA where they're being tested. Now you'll notice that there are some gadgets on it. These are all sensors. And what they do, they try to detect certain road conditions, like speed of an object, the proximity of an object to the car, the speed at which the car is traveling, and pedestrians particularly. When it gets those amounts of data, it starts to calculate and reason inside of itself with the information that is provided to it to then make a simple decision. Change the lane. That's simply what it is. It's calculated. Everything to put together. Now, do you know this guy? I was hoping to hear a little bit more, yes, but I may have just dated myself there. So this is Clippy. Clippy, the clip, paper clip. For those of us who have been veterans in Microsoft Office or Word, you may have noticed this little guy popping up every now and again. Now, he is actually, was created in the 97 version of Microsoft Office on Word. Before that, actually, there was one called Microsoft Bob. I'm not joking, that's what it was called. Microsoft Bob. Bob was created by Bill Gates himself. People hated Bob, they didn't like him. So fast forward 2 years later to 97, they gave us Clippy. Scribble the Cat, I don't know if you know him, I know him. Shakespeare, we're probably not going to know some of these because let's face it, Clippy is the guy. Clippy is the guy. And this guy, believe it or not, was one of the first forms of artificial intelligence baked into a consumer product. And it was pretty advanced too, actually. It was, for its time, it was very advanced. And at this point, Microsoft was learning from the past issues that they had with Bob, that you can't just chuck things into a software and expect that, you know, it can help persons. What was the problem with Bob was that it was talking to humans like you were 2 years old. Clippy actually was a little bit more useful. It kind of gave that reasoning. Would you like me to help you? I notice you're doing something, but you're having trouble, etc., etc. That was the kind of artificial intelligence. That was a system that was created and built into Clippy. Unfortunately, Clippy is no longer amongst us, but we have ChatGPT. But in today's age, unfortunately, when people think of AI, they get this: Skynet and Terminator. Or, for those of us who know and love this show like myself, Westworld. But the reality of it is that AI will never get to this stage. We can have a conversation, at least I believe so. We can have a conversation afterwards as to why you think AI won't get to this stage. But I don't think AI will get to this stage. What AI looks like in our modern day context is not a slave driver, but a helper or a support tool. And we have many of them. For example, you have Slack, which many of you may or may not know or interact with. It's usually, it can be found in a lot of the workplaces. You have Notion, you have our popular Google Workspace, and you have recently Microsoft 365 Copilot. Without going too much into them, they are all helper tools and have now integrated AI into their systems, particularly Notion. Notion is now helping marketing teams to generate their documents in record time based on the advanced analytic data that they already have. So they have accumulated this data based on what they have collected over time, give it to Notion, and when now they're going to create a documentation for whatever it is, Notion just gives it to them. And they're now able to collaborate much faster. They can critique it and refurbish it and move it forward. And then that makes the organization move faster in many respects. Now, today we have many of these tools, so much so that we can't even keep up with a lot of them. We have Grammarly. I don't know if anybody has ever used Grammarly. I use Grammarly a lot. Grammarly is actually artificial intelligence. We have Writer, which helps you to write properly formatted documentation. Now, some of these tools are actually, right? Some of these tools are actually used to help educational sectors, creating, helping teachers to grade faster. They can automate certain mundane administrative tasks and allow teachers to move into the things that they would probably want to do. You have some systems, or you can create an AI-powered system that will allow for students to be analyzed and can create a retention program for those who may not be doing very well or are at risk of falling out based on certain parameters that you will give it. For myself, my company, where we have created this thing called Storybook, which is a simple application. It is used to help parents create nice stories for their children just by inputting a text, title, and a plot, those two things. And it will give you about 250 words of a story. We're taking this a little further to create a language model that will allow children who are on the spectrum of ADHD and autism to generate social stories for them. If you know what social stories are, that helps them to navigate the nuances of interpersonal relationships and communication so that they can interact better with others in the open space. You may see this statement here. AI will not replace you, but the person using AI will. And that is so true. The fact is, we need human involvement with these tools. I have interacted with ChatGPT enough to know that it will give me rubbish, but present it to me in the greatest possible way. And if you're not careful, you will copy and paste rubbish to other people. Photoshop 7. I remember this. The first time I had a copy of Photoshop was in 2005, and this was the copy that I had. And I've realized over time that as the software gets better, and I mean, it has now gotten to a point where Adobe, which is a creator of Photoshop and these other tools, they have an AI technology called Adobe Sensei. The recent one that is integrated into the newest version of Photoshop can change a person's facial features to make them smile when they're frowning. That's insane. And I've used it. It's crazy. It requires a lot of GPU power on your computer. Like, you don't have it, don't even think about it. Right? But the fact is, I get to a point like, do I even need, like, does this thing even need me to do anything? But the next question that comes up, or the thought, is that not only if I'm to stay relevant, but since this has so much technical capabilities, how do I then interact with such a tool in a critical way? And that was brought up earlier. With the advancement of technology, it's very important that we improve critical thinking. Because we believe that computers are so smart. Wow. We believe that computers are so smart that we allow them to think for us. And as I try and power through this, the MIT Technology Review is a think tank from, of course, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And it had an article that focused on a teacher that used ChatGPT in her classroom to allow the students to think critically on certain subject matters. So before, there was an issue with ChatGPT in the classroom and, oh, hell and high water. But she's starting to rethink how it is that we teach our children or even people generally, how we teach, how that can be changed based on the use of AI technology. So she gave them an assignment. So instead of them trying to generate something, just something mundane, she said, all right, let ChatGPT generate an argument for you, and then you analyze and critique it, rewrite it, give it back to me. It's easy for me to say, what are the benefits, or ask ChatGPT, what are the benefits of ChatGPT in universities? This is what it gave me. But is this true? ChatGPT can be used to automate administrative tasks such as scheduling appointments, managing course registrations, answering frequently asked questions, thus reducing the workload of university staff. It's a very broad spectrum. You have UTech, EXED, you have UE. Their conditions are different. How do I know, say, that ChatGPT used here can be the same benefit at UE? You don't know. It's never been tested. Now we have to test that. And that was the exercise, to critically think about how it is that we interact with these technology tools. She says, it can help you move beyond particular pain points when those pain points aren't necessarily part of the learning goals of the assignment. We think that getting an A on a test is the highlight of education. But if that A doesn't translate into the real world, in real world applications, in real world situations, and that A don't mean anything. So as I close, it's important for us to understand that even though these things are great, these tools are awesome, they are not to replace human thinking. They are to be supplications to human thinking and effort, because that's the only way we can transform the community that we live in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. You made artificial intelligence sound very interesting, something that we can embrace. The first time I interacted with it, I called Mrs. Morrison Curtis and I said, Suzette, this thing is a demon. But it worked, and I've been embracing it since then. All right, so we're going to power through. We have one more presentation. And this presentation is from our nursing students, our very own nursing students. There is something interesting about all three. All three are from Eastern Jamaica. My favorite parish, I'm not from there, but love it, Portland. And another one is from St. Thomas. So our three presenters are Miss Shade, Miss Shade Moore, Miss Jordan Pang, and Davia Nati. So Shade is the Portlander who is compassionate, and that is why she is naturally drawn to nursing. Miss Jordan is also from Portland, very vibrant and compassionate. So you're going to hear compassionate as the common factor for all three. She likes to treat people how she believes that people should be treated how you would like to be treated, right? Treat people how you would like to be treated, right? All right. Then Davia Natino is from St. Thomas, classifies herself as a hard-working, passionate, and multi-talented individual, and looks forward to working in neonatal nursing. She believes, and I concur with her, there is no elevator to success. You have to take the stairs. So our nursing students will be presenting on something very worthy, a cross-sectional study to investigate undergraduate nursing students aged 21 to 39 years, their perception on the implementation of evidence-based practice in clinical decisions. Please make them welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that nice introduction of us. Okay, so members of the panel, good afternoon. Our lecturers, students, and visitors, good afternoon. Our research topic is a cross-sectional study to investigate undergraduate nursing students aged 21 to 39 years, perception of the implementation of evidence-based practice in clinical decision-making. And my group members are Davia Nati, Julian Pang, and myself, Shade Moore. Our supervisor is Mrs. Everett Samuels Bailey. Now I'm going to start by doing the introduction. So evidence-based practice is scientifically proven evidence that nurses utilize to deliver quality health care to a given population. Approximately 98,000 patients die yearly because of poor healthcare decision-making. As a result of this, it is important for nurses to build their knowledge and standard of practice so we can achieve optimum patient outcomes. We're going to move into the literature review, and this was done to examine similar research done on our research topic to identify the gaps that may require further studying to use as our focus areas. All right, so our first objective was to evaluate undergraduate nursing students' perception of evidence-based practice in clinical decision-making. And we obtained an article done by Abu Baker et al. 2021. It was a quantitative cross-sectional study to determine the relationship between nursing students' beliefs and the application of evidence-based practice among third and fourth year nursing students at 2 governmental universities in Northern Jordan. This study done by Mr. Abu Baker revealed that a 91% response rate, that 241 students of a population of 300 students. In addition, the total participants who have received prior evidence-based practice, 73.4% stated that evidence-based practice results in the best clinical care for patients, and 72.2% stated that evidence-based practice guidelines can indeed improve clinical care. Moving on to the second objective, which was to determine to what extent evidence-based practice are being taught to undergraduate nursing students based on their perception. Lehane et al. 2019 conducted a qualitative study in the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand to determine current practices and provision of evidence-based practice education among healthcare professionals at the undergraduate and postgraduate level. This study revealed that the need for teaching facilitators to solidify their teaching strategies and method from a clinical standpoint. Also, that for students to be exposed to evidence-based practice, they'll be better able to grasp the concept that is being taught about evidence-based practice, and the usage of patients, examples, and clinical scenarios would be effective in grounding institutional practices. Another article that was used was by Arthur Vet et al. 2018. He conducted a qualitative study in Norway and the United Kingdom, Sweden, Finland, and Australia that aims to identify strategies to enhance knowledge and skills when teaching evidence-based practice in nursing education. This study identified teaching methods such as interactive and clinical integrated teaching approaches and oral presentation. It also emphasizes the importance of compilation of clinical practices, nursing students' own clinical experience, and research context. For objective 3, it was to investigate the relationship between undergraduate nursing students' age and their perception of the use of evidence-based practice in clinical decision-making. So Astorab et al. 2015, he conducted a cross-sectional study among 170 final year undergraduate nursing students. It found that students' age was inversely associated with their scores of knowledge, attitude, and their intention to utilize evidence-based practice. A p-value of less than 0.05 was achieved. He also did a study in 2013, which was a quasi-experimental study to determine the effectiveness of evidence-based practice education and nursing students among nursing students from Tehran, Iran. This revealed that students aged with a p-value of less than 0.02 was correlated with the knowledge of evidence-based practice after being examined by the Pearson correlation test. So in summary, a total of 5 credible sources were reviewed for this study. The area investigated and highlighted were nursing students, evidence-based practice education, the perception of evidence-based practice, and the relationship between undergraduate nursing students' age and their perception of the use of evidence-based practice in clinical decision-making. Lastly, a common gap found among all these studies in literature review was the geographical location in that no studies were found that were conducted in Central America region. Now I'm going to move on to my colleague who will continue with the hypothesis.
Good afternoon again, everyone. So I'll be continuing with the hypothesis. So our null hypothesis reads, there is no relationship between undergraduate nursing students' age and their perception of the use of evidence-based practice in clinical decision-making. Our alternative hypothesis reads, there is a relationship between undergraduate nursing students' age and their perception of the use of evidence-based practice in clinical decision-making. So what are our objectives? They are to evaluate nursing students' perceptions of evidence-based practice in clinical decision-making, to determine the extent to which evidence-based practice is being taught to undergraduate project. Sorry, you hearing me clearly now? Secondly, it was to determine the extent to which evidence-based practice is being taught to undergraduate nursing students based on their perception. And lastly, to investigate the relationship between undergraduate nursing students' age and their perception of the use of evidence-based practice in clinical decision-making. So what are the methods that we use? It includes the study design, population and setting, sample and sampling, data collection measures, reliability and validity of the data collection instrument, data collection procedure, and the data analysis. Our study design that was used is the descriptive cross-sectional research design. And this design was chosen because it provides data that explains the relationship among various variables, which also allows for fast data collection at a single point in time, and it is also cost-effective for students. Population and setting. Population, it included 121 fourth-year nursing undergraduate students, which were pursuing in their first semester the courses Research Project, Nursing Care of Children, and Adolescent Theory and Practicum courses. The setting was the University of the West Indies and also 3 other franchise campuses. Sample and sampling. The Rosa online sample calculator elicited a minimum sample size of about 93 of 121 participants. However, the study only had 50 participants. The inclusion criteria are final year nursing students, undergraduate nursing students, attending UWI main campus and its franchise campuses as mentioned before. Exclusion criteria were years 1 to 3 undergraduate nursing students attending the same campuses. Pre-testing was done on 10 nursing students who were selected via convenient sampling from one of the participating campuses to complete the questionnaire. Consecutive sampling technique aims to recruit all persons from accessible populations over a fixed period of time. In our case, was from October 28, 2022 to November 10th, 2022. The data collection measures. So the nursing students were invited via an email or prompt on the Orville platform, which all nursing students are familiar with, to complete an online questionnaire in a teaching container. The questionnaires were available from October 28, 2022 to November 10, 2022, and to be completed at a single point in time. Additionally, the Moodle feedback module was used throughout the completion of the survey to record the users' identities as anonymous. Nobody wants to know who they are. Reliability and validity of the instrument. Reliability. The Cronenberg alpha was utilized to measure the reliability of the tool. The scale's internal consistency was 0.98 and a value of greater than or less than 0.8 to less than 1 is highly desirable. Validity of the tool. The evidence-based practice competencies scale, according to Mellink et al. 2014, is a validated instrument with a reliability range of 0.85 to 0.98. This scale has been proven to be valid in terms of phase, content, and construct. So the data collection procedures utilized. It consisted of 84 questions. The questionnaire, 2 were open-ended, while the remaining 82 were closed-ended questions from 4 parts, which are A, B, C, and D. Part A consisted of the research competency scale. Part B, contained the evidence-based practice competency scale, which was adopted from Melink et al. And was utilized for this study. Part C outlined the socio-demographic data. Part D showed the usefulness of the research and evidence-based practice, and completion of the question was anticipated to take approximately 30 minutes. The data analysis descriptive statistics was used to analyze the study's socio-demographic data in the form of mean and standard deviation to determine the frequency of a particular response of the different variables. Inferential statistics, the chi-square test, was used to determine whether there is a relationship between the student's age and the nursing student's perception of the use of evidence-based practice in clinical decision-making. Jody and Pang will continue.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, everyone. Ethical consideration. So prior to the commencement of the research, ethical approval was gained from UWI Mona Campus Research and Ethics Committee, as well as the head of school of UWI, University of West Indies, and the franchise campuses. However, for this particular research, the ethical consideration that were carried out were anonymity, confidentiality, and informed consent. Okay, so for the results, we'll start with the demographic characteristics of our population or sample size. So for gender, it showed that 2 males, which accounted for 4% of the population, females accounted for 96% of the population, which is equivalent to 48 student nurses. The maximum age was 39 and the minimum age was 21 years old. The mean age was 26 years old and 3 months. There were 4 campuses: School A, School B, School C, and School D. School A accounted for 32% of the population, and School B accounted for 28% of the population, while School C accounted for 26 and School D accounted for 14. Okay, so the results, which seeks to show students' perception of evidence-based practice, the results found that at Campus D, 78% nursing students found evidence-based practice to be beneficial, which is equivalent to 5 students. Campus C, 16% found evidence-based practice to be beneficial, which accounted for 2 students. And at Campus B, 6% of nursing students found evidence-based practice to be beneficial, which accounted for only 1 student. And at Campus A, none of the students found evidence-based practice to be beneficial. Okay, so objective 2, it seeks to investigate to what extent evidence-based practice are being taught to undergraduate nursing students. At Campus D, it found that 52% of students stated that they were being taught evidence-based practice, while at Campus C, 44%, at Campus D, 4%, and at Campus A, none of the students stated that it was being taught at the campus. Okay, so for the objective that seeks to investigate the relationship, a chi-square value of 0.450 was obtained. So in conclusion, the study found that majority of undergraduate nursing students making clinical decisions. Okay, so the implication of the study was that nursing instructors, policymakers of nursing education, nurses and other professionals within the field and who are in direct contact or overseas nursing students need to create more opportunities and provide more resources to facilitate an increase in the uptake of evidence-based practice to prevent poor patient outcomes. Okay, so some suggestions were the integration of evidence-based practice via approaches such as clinical experience, patient scenario, skills lab, use of literature, oral presentation, etc., needs to be incorporated in every institution and nursing curriculum from the entry level. Okay, thank you. That's the end.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you. All right, we are 15 minutes over time, but I have two questions and I'm going to open the floor just for about two more questions, I guess, another 5 minutes for our presenters, for two of our presenters today. All right, so Mrs. McIntosh, I was particularly interested in the IDP, Individual Development Plan. Victoria Mutual sounds like a really nice place to work. I'm a bit tempted. All right. You said that we need technical skills, personality, communication, just a few of those things in order to, work with the corporate Jamaica. You can't teach personality. You can't. So how do you get, or how do you bridge the gap from someone who is, they have all the academic qualifications that you'll need, the technical skills, but just not motivated to move further in the company? Is there anything in your IDP that would speak to that?
Good question. So when we talk about personality, it doesn't necessarily mean that the person has to be effervescent, because different people make up the world, eh? You'll have shy people, introverted people who come to the workplace. So how do we encourage? So that coaching that we talk about, we give them opportunities to make presentations so they can, so it might be that when they go home, they go back into their shell. But certainly as they want to present their ideas, as they want to present their thoughts, it shouldn't be where they are so closeted that they're able to articulate. So when we do our IDPs or that coaching session, we provide that avenue to make them be able to voice their thoughts better, to articulate their thoughts. So it's a fulsome program to encourage the team member to develop.
Any questions for Mrs. McIntosh? All right, yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay, you mentioned, I think you said that it was more or less nonsense, or, this thing of AI taking away jobs and that sort of thing. I don't know if I recall your words correctly, but I take you as a sort of, what I'd say, techno-utopian, they call it, right? And I don't know whether you'd like to comment on that.
Oh, right.
I have a different sort of perspective.
You have a different view? Oh, so what I had said was that it is not, AI is not there to replace, or technology is not there to replace, but to enhance. And certainly we'll see opportunities for humans to get other jobs because of enhanced technology. So it will create more opportunities for different jobs, as well as enhance what you currently do or make you more efficient, but not to absolutely remove the human element from the job.
But in your situation,
yes,
your organization, for instance, VM, have you noticed any loss of jobs? Have you moved from, say, 5,000 to 3,500 over the last few years?
Excellent question. Because as we look to introduce new products and services, and we want to introduce internet banking, we want to introduce credit cards and the way people execute on transactions, you would say, oh, because we provide online bill payment, therefore we no longer need a teller in order to do those payments. What therefore do we do with a teller? There are other jobs, and as we look to provide more sales options, yeah, and more value enhanced activities. So no longer will we need as many tellers, but certainly we need more salespeople. So we transition the person into that job. So you won't necessarily find a reduction of jobs as much as an enhancement or further development of the person in other roles.
Just the same question in a sec to Kevin. You spoke, and I get the impression you're sort of techno-skeptic or you're in between, right? So you're saying somehow that we have to be careful. We have to manage the introduction of technology and that sort of thing. We have to be very critical, right? Would you comment on that? So there's a difference between the two of you, as far as I observe, right? That's it.
Yes, it's important because we can get very carried away with technology, especially things that are brand new. The rate at which AI applications are being created now is more than you can possibly imagine. Like by the time you turn around, there's a new one. And the problem with it is that if it's not properly regulated, if it's not properly organized, you can have persons who can use it for malicious intent. Therefore, if you're introducing it into an organization or a school, there needs to be a particular boundary, or there needs to be some sort of organization from the admin level as to what parameters this tool can be used. So in the example I gave with the lecturer from University of Mississippi, she said it's a case-by-case basis under which this particular activity was done, because in other areas, you have persons using ChatGPT to just go ham, and they had to kind of realize that, all right, so it can't be every class we use this ChatGPT exercise. It has to be maybe specific classes, like maybe critical thinking classes, where this is going to be used, and then in other areas, we do not use it or reduce the use of it. So we can introduce it, but introduce it slowly, steadily, and things that move the needle.
All right, thank you so much. I had another question, but I'm going to reserve it for after, for Mr. Brown. You have a question? All right, go ahead. We're way over time. The mic is coming. The mic is coming.
Thank you. Ash Torab, 2013 under Objective 3. I just wanted to know which university gave that particular information. Please look it up for me, ladies. In the meantime, I must say that I am very, very surprised at the results, that students say that they really didn't see much evidence. They didn't have much practical use for the evidence base. It is astonishing. It is the basis for the nurses doing all that they do. And so I'm very, very surprised that they could make a statement like that. It is no reflection on the students. This is just the outcome. And I'm going to suggest, Mrs. Bailey, that next year that we do it again on another set of students, perhaps the second years or the third years. I am not pleased at all. It means that I'm wasting my time. This is what we had teaching them. Every intervention that we teach them, there is a basis for it. In fact, we used to do certain things and we stop now because the research does not support it. So how they can come up with this? I am not pleased. Thank you.
I understand. All right, so let us do our presentations quickly. Mrs. McIntosh, I invite you to come to the podium. Thank you so much for serving us today with useful information. It was a pleasure having you. Very rich discussion. Mr. Brown, our AI practitioner, professional, everything. Thank you so much for the useful information today. And I'm sure that we have something. I need more information about Storybook. But it is very, very interesting. Thank you. Miss Fang, Miss Moore, and Miss Natty. Thank you so much for your detailed research. You approach the stage like you're in a pageant, ladies, and you have just won. Thank you so much for your research. All the very best to you. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining our session. I am way over time, but you worked with us and go ahead, go to the booths, enjoy the rest of the day. And we come back at 2:15.
Wait, the phone, the phone. All right.
Since you have 1, 2, go in the middle here. So you have 1, 2, 1. Right. That's it.
Wow! 40 million in 40 days! Visit digitaljamaica.com or the My Digital app for more info.
Guys, 98% of coaches are broke. 98% of
Stay with me if you wanna. Stay with me if you wanna. Stay with me if you wanna. Stay with me.
Great. All right. It's really a wonderful privilege to be in this room. I want you to just for a moment, if you can feel your heartbeat, just, maybe rest your hand over your heart a little bit. And for sure, you know that it is actually beating. You can actually feel your breath blowing. And you walk into this room. Isn't that a wonderful privilege? That is indeed an awesome blessing. And I like to start whatever I'm doing by at least looking at something positive, because that is how you get through your day. Just saying, okay, identify something that is wonderful. All right. I know that we are a few minutes behind, and the students are coming. However, because of the time factor, we are going to start. Welcome to the afternoon session for Research Day. And we have our guest with us. All right. Just give me 30 seconds. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Official good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our afternoon session. Today, we are going to have our guest speaker, Mr. Adri Adriel. I'm sorry, I am bad with names. I'll make up my own name as I go along. And I don't want to make up the guest speaker's name today. Says Mr. Adriel McKay, and he'll be speaking to us about the importance of entrepreneurship in the post-pandemic era, achieving multiple streams of income. Just a minute, please. The thing about technology when you're using a proper pen and paper. All right. So Mr. Adriel McKay is a spirited entrepreneur and chairman of AMC Capital Holdings, a St. Lucian-based investment holding company. He possessed an unwavering tenacity and entrepreneurial courage that defies limitations. His persistent optimism has been a catalyst in the proven performance of his businesses. Concept Promotions, Signorama Jamaica, and Quadrant Homes since their inception in 2005, 2009, and 2013, respectively. Adriel has successfully navigated an ever-changing business climate by developing solid teams and proactively investing in relationships and technology to change the way his businesses evolve. As a leader with a track record in building new companies, building new companies, he excel at creating and increasing value by focusing on cost efficiency and implementing measurable improvements. His portfolio of companies, which includes Concept Promotions, one of the Caribbean's leading brand execution companies with a diverse corporate climate base. Signorama was appointed exclusive franchise in Jamaica for Signorama International, an international sign and advertising company with global footprint of over 1,800 locations across 60 countries. Quadrant Homes, a real estate development and property management entity that seeks to break new frontiers by providing revolutionary housing solutions in Jamaica and the region. Mr. McKay earned an MBA in finance and investment from Manchester Business School from the University of Manchester in United Kingdom, a Bachelor of Business Administration with honors degree from the University of Technology. He also holds a diploma in business administration from Excelsior Community College. Prior to his business ventures, he held senior management position in sales, product development, and client experience in the telecommunications and financial sectors in Jamaica. He believes in seizing opportunities to integrate disruptive technology in the modern business era. Mr. McKay is married with two children, Isabel and William, and he's also a justice of the peace. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things I want to point out is that he is one of our own. He is from Excelsior Community College. With everything else, I mean, going to United Kingdom, I mean, we can identify that he was one of our own. And therefore, it gave us somewhat something to look forward to. When you see one of your own progressing, from a student perspective, at least you know where you can go. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to put your hands together. Please welcome Mr. McKay to the podium.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Pleasant good afternoon to all the students and all the administrators. It's always a welcoming experience for me to come back to Exed to spend a few minutes with the students, and just to give back. I certainly enjoy giving back to where I believe my focus as a individual really ignited. I would say that as a high school student, I wasn't as focused as I should be or should have been. But a lot of credit I attribute to the corridors, the halls, and the environment of the institution. Because it was only in my years at Exed that the dots of life started to connect, and the focusedness that, and the focus rather that I should have had displayed, I had to buckle down and put that focus. So Exed will always hold a soft spot for me in my personal and professional development, because it created that platform for me to move on. And certainly I give the Lord much credit for affording me the opportunities that he has placed in my hand, and forever give him the glory. So this afternoon, I know what it is like to be on the receiving end of a presentation, and I will be frank that I don't like long presentations. And I don't like, I think you have a healthy diet of lectures, and so I'm not looking to add to that diet. I want to make my presentation, my exchanges brief, and to provide an opportunity to facilitate any questions, any concerns, where I think I may be able to add value. The topic theme of the seminar, the importance of entrepreneurship in the post-pandemic era, achieving multiple streams of income. This is a brave photographer. I would assume that lenses are quite cheap to replace. So I will start by saying that, or sharing the findings of a recent study that was conducted by the Manchester Business School. And unlike Madam moderator that started with something positive, I will balance that by starting with something negative. A recent study revealed from the Manchester Business School that over 50% of graduates having completed its course, business course, at the university will not be able to get a job directly unless by way of luck. And for those among us who are like me, I don't believe in luck. I believe in faith and the promises of the Lord. But for those who do not have luck, they will definitely not land a job. As a result, entrepreneurial skills are among the most important skills that every graduate must develop before graduating, because these skills are essential in the era in which we operate. So as our famous Minister of Health once said, let that sink in, that chances are 50% or more of you that are listening to what I have to say this evening, the reality is that the economic environment in Jamaica, the economic environment in other countries is one at this time, is one in which your chances of getting a job is less than 50%. That is the reality. And so, what is the pursuit of formal studies? As we embrace this fourth industrial revolution, all corners of the world are predicted to enter an era of mega trends in which digital transformation pervades over all aspects of life, necessitating adaptation of new technologies, especially for the younger generation. It is against this backdrop that learning institutions are required to place even greater focus on the discipline of entrepreneurship. And I will pause here to salute and to commend EXED for its efforts in recognizing, not just recognizing, but taking action in developing greater focus on entrepreneurship. You should give yourselves and the institution a round of applause. Many of us, well, let me not say many of us, maybe Mrs. Campbell can relate. She's certainly not from your generation. But growing up where your parents would instill or suggest that despite your pursuit of academic qualification, certification, one should balance that with having some skills. It doesn't hurt with understanding the mechanics behind carpentry. It doesn't hurt to understand the mechanics behind plumbing. Having a profession and having a skill just makes you that much more a useful human being and a valuable human being. And in this day and age, in whichever field one chooses, the field of medicine, the field of law, the field of geology, whatever it is, the skill of identifying opportunities, the skill of turning problems into economically viable venture is a skill that every human being in this modern era ought to develop. And so, among the common barriers that one usually cites in starting a business among the barriers features top of the list, I would say, lack of capital. You have an excellent idea, motivated by it. You can see yourself bringing this idea to life, navigating the competitive space. You can see it all, a name, the plan, how you would go about it, it's all before you. But the rubber hits the road and deflates that balloon when you start to understand the numbers behind starting such a business. So capital, as reduced as may seem, it is a reality that most of us won't have the capital to start and to venture out in these business ideas that we have. For some, if they win the lotto tomorrow, they will be at a loss for how to invest that into viable, scalable, thriving businesses. Can they purchase real estate? Can they go on a cruise? Yes. But if you had all the money at your disposal, no limitation, some of us would be hard pressed to come up with excellent business ideas to turn that capital 10 times within 3-5 years. So ideas is also another challenge. With the money, with the ideas, sometimes you just can't find the market. The market is just too small to make the business viable. And so entrepreneurial skills in the context of this fourth industrial revolution needs to be appreciated as a space for new opportunities. The most recent advancement in digital technology have resulted in changes in how existing businesses and their models have evolved. Digital entrepreneurship has recently become a very popular topic for discussion, especially in light of COVID-19 and how it has affected many countries around the world. This has prompted business owners to consider how to diversify their operations while also shifting the method of interaction with customers through various digital channels. As we all know, that businesses have embraced technology from in the early 1990s when the internet first came around. Then the internet was really a tool to showcase and to share information. Today, the internet is a platform for conducting business. It is a channel that businesses once never had to engage and to generate revenue from its customers. And so in this fourth industrial revolution, the efficiencies of businesses and the processes of businesses are being aided, and in some cases, they are being threatened. Recently, one of the CEO of one of Jamaica's most successful commercial bank, Patrick Hilton, he cited that about 10 years ago, he challenged himself. How is it that NCB can remain nimble? And he said he rather that threat to NCB's existence and survivability, rather that threat coming from inside rather than outside. And so he commissioned the development of links to compete with NCB. And so when you look at the technology and how one should embrace it, you can look at the technology as a weapon, or you can look at the technology as a tool. Today, without doubt, yes, I would say as a customer of NCB, I'm not the happiest customer. I think there's lots to be improved on, but certainly one can appreciate that NCB certainly has made significant strides in transforming itself as a business. It truly looks today like a digital business, and much of that would have been influenced by internal competition, internal factors, internal forces from a subsidiary that it decided to form, rather than having an external competitor taking them out of business. So digital entrepreneurship refers to the creation of new ventures and transforming of existing businesses by developing and using the latest technology. Transition of existing economy to a digital economy is essential to accelerate local and national economic growth. At home, in order to achieve this, the government has launched the National Identification System, NIDS, a reliable, secure way of verifying an individual identity. It is proposed to be a reliable database of all Jamaican citizens and will involve the issuance of a unique lifelong national identification number. By indirectly focusing on increasing and stimulating the resilience of a country's digital economy, the government can be more effective in assisting citizens and businesses. The digital economy, new wave, has the potential to create a diverse range of businesses and employment opportunities, while also increasing the overall income, especially in rural communities. As a result, graduates from high school, colleges, universities, as well as those who are in school, no longer have to be hopeless in that they are expecting, and their outlook as graduates is one in which they are job seekers, but instead they can see themselves as successful individuals, becoming creators and employers. And so I go back to the study and the finding that I shared earlier. All hope is not lost. In fact, I believe it is quite an exciting time to be studying, and to be studying in what I call an area where the playing field is gradually being leveled right in front of your eyes. There was a time I heard in Jamaica that if you were not from certain families, you could not dream, you could not facilitate, you could not find room to harbor the thought of starting a business, because business, the capital class, was for a select few in Jamaica. Much of that redounds to the factors cited earlier: capital, not having a market, not having ideas. But then a lot of the ideas would be a function of the privilege of being able to travel to develop countries and see how they do things and how certain products work and how certain services work. And those privileged few would come back and make those services available to Jamaica, to Jamaicans. And so, as daunting as the findings are, as daunting as the statistics are, that more than 50% of you sitting here will not find a business, rather find employment. I believe that is exciting times. Whenever I speak to young people that are challenged economically, challenged going to school, challenged, your parents having it hard to provide the ideal 5-suiter uniform, you may have to go with 2 pants and 2 tunic and wash them and make do. The breakfast is not the way you want it. I always say to them, enjoy it. Enjoy it, because that is as low as you will ever get. What is before you is to rise above that. And so, as daunting as it may seem that you may not find employment coming out, it is very exciting that you may be on the side that will be creators and nation builders, because the playing field through technology, through the fourth industrial revolution, it allows you not to depend on capital to start your business, but your intellectual capital now. Not just your financial capital, but your intellectual capital is very much relevant at the table of finding solutions to businesses. So, if there is one takeaway I would beseech this afternoon, is a mindset change. As students, as budding entrepreneurs, if your mindset is one to start a business just for the sake of getting by, if your motivation for starting business is for the desire of luxury goods and a lifestyle of comfort, then I would say nothing is wrong. Absolutely nothing is wrong with that. But every seed has the potential to feed a nation. A single seed has the potential to feed an entire nation. And so I say to you this afternoon, as a seed, why would you limit yourself to bearing one fruit? As a seed that can have a national, regional, global impact, why would you limit yourself to the subsistence type of business? Many a times, students will be tasked with coming up with a school project or a school business, and not to decry your efforts, but oftentimes what I see and what I observe are Me Too businesses. Businesses where it's a fruit stand, it's a restaurant, it's something that you have seen somebody else done and you're making a minor tweak to it. The mindset change that I want to encourage this afternoon is to think of scale, to think of businesses where you can serve thousands, millions of people, of customers. When you look at the social media platforms today, they are solving common problems, but they are reaching billions across the planet. And so the mindset in this post-pandemic era should be one in which you look at business opportunities that you can scale. Look at business opportunities where you can solve a problem. I may sound, for those who have heard my presentations before, I may sound like a record that is scratched. But I recall I believe a third year student at the University of the West Indies said to her lecture at the end of a session that she's going to pack it in, she's going to call a day on school. And what she's going to do is she's going to take reusable forks and knives and she's going to package them. Because what she saw restaurants having 2 members of staff sitting in the mornings, pouring over napkins, folding them, tucking them in, and putting them in a basket. She saw that as a grand waste of time. She came up with the idea of pre-packaging reusable forks, reusable spoons with a sheet of napkin. Most quick service restaurants that we go, that is the order of how consume our meals. So be not daunted, because in this troubled world that we live in, there are a myriad of challenges and problems. And what is beckoning is for us to look beyond the Me Too businesses and become problem solvers. And much of that doesn't require significant sums of capital. And in closing, I encourage, as you venture into the field of entrepreneurship, embrace a culture of cooperation. Don't see your competitors as your enemies. Be wise, obviously, but your competitors make you stronger. Collaboration makes you more efficient. The Chinese, one of the secrets that they have is that 6, 8, 10 Chinese come together to buy from Grace one 40-foot container of sodas and make it so cost effective for us to go to the wholesale to buy a single soda. For us natives, we will never do such a thing. And so, as a new generation of entrepreneurs, think of your competitors not as your enemies, but think of them as potentially a source to make you more efficient and to help you to grow your business. I wish you all the best in your studies, and I am in great admiration for those who see the field of business, because truly it comes with its challenges, but at the end of the day, I can say it has been an extremely rewarding journey for me thus far. God bless you.
I will take one question quickly for Mr. McKay. Any question? No? All right. I think I overheard you say, Mr. McKay, that you left Excelsior at 1998? 1993? 1998. For the students, how old were you at 1998? Let me see. Just put up a finger. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, maybe. Never born yet. 0. Let me see the zeros. All right. When he said that, I turn around and look again because I thought he was younger than that. But anyways, it's really nice to see progress taking place. Mr. McKay, on the behalf of Excelsior Community College, we are happy to have you, and we are proud that you were a part of us. And I noticed also that you greeted Mrs. Campbell. Mrs. Campbell, seems as if he's one of your students. Understand. Marlene Campbell, to be specific. And so it is really, really nice to see again. All right. So thank you so much. I will be with you in a second. we have a group of students who will be doing what we call an elevator pitch. Now, it's the first I'm hearing this concept. It's the first I'm hearing this concept of an elevator pitch. And so I learned something this morning. It says elevator pitch is a slang term used to describe a brief speech that outlines an idea for a product, service, or project. The name comes from the notion that the speech should be delivered in the short time period of an elevator ride. Well, let's hope that the elevator is a little slow, because if it's a fast elevator, you should have about what, 1 or 2 minutes. I don't want to be in the elevator for 5 minutes. If I'm in an elevator for 5 minutes, I get worried. You want to be quick up and about. If it's in the case of my 5-year-old though, she would want it to last for 5 minutes. So I'm hoping that you will go between 1 to 5 minutes, right? And you'll be able to present your idea in that time span. Now, it also means that it has to be very interesting and true in order for you to sell an idea in 5 minutes or less. All right, so we have a few groups that will be presenting. We have OJAM, we have Combine, we have 876 Premium Pastries, and we have Blended Bliss. All right, good. All right, so we're going to take it in the order: OJAM, then Combine, 876, and then Blended Bliss. Please welcome on stage for me OJAM, the team from OJAM. All right, they're going to connect their device. For Combine, 876, and Blended, if you have a PowerPoint presentation, you should speak to the person at the back. Is there anybody in the technology room? Nobody in tech support? Oh, he's here. All right, while they are setting up, a friend of mine turns 40 today. And so I said to my friend, no matter how life seems, I want you to sit down with a piece of piece of paper, not a piece of pen, but a piece of paper and a pen, and write down 40 things that you think you have accomplished throughout your life. And why do we do these things? And why would I encourage her to do this? There are times in life when life might seem daunting, as if nothing is happening or you're going nowhere. But if you stop for a moment, just one moment, and just write down one beautiful thing that you maybe like about yourself or you will have achieved, and then you start writing, you realize that life is not that bad after all. And when we start looking at life more positive, you find that we will achieve more positive results. If you think negative, it's highly likely that the result will be negative. I was also watching a movie and somebody was trying to bake something, and the little girl said to the person, whenever you are mixing the product, smile a little more and you'll see what a big difference the result will be. All right.
Good day. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, my name is Tiffany Glave, and we're presenting our organization, our small business, Kojam Limited, where we provide honey and jam for persons who are interested. And we are a company consisting of 8 members: myself, Tiffany Glave, Taniqua Craig, Rihanna Seymour, Rihanna Foster, Rashida Park, Ophelia Forrester-Dunn, Ashley Williams, and Shamor Campbell. Have you ever went into the supermarket and realized that the main jams that are on the shelf by businesses such as Grace or Sammy's are either made from strawberries or guava? Not only here in Jamaica, but even internationally, these are the two main fruits that are used to make jams. What about the everyday fruits that we have here in Jamaica? For example, mango. We're in mango season now, and if we go across the island, we see mangoes wasted instead of being used for their full potential, such as even though they make sweets and juices, we can also be using it to make jams. On the other hand, have you ever noticed that persons are now more health conscious than ever? Both locally and internationally, the demand for honey, as persons have realized that not only can honey be used as a substitute sweetener for sugar, but it can also be used as a supplement with pancakes or toast, as well as treating burns. In 2021, the global market size for honey was 8.17 billion. By 2029, it is expected to grow from that to 12.69 billion. We at Hojam Limited would like to be a part of that. So as my fellow teammate said, we now took the initiative to come up with different ideas to help these issues that we think are on the horizon. So for the jams, as stated, we decided to use the flavors that are local fruits, like from Jamaica itself, where we decided on mango, sorrel, and apple jam. Since it is not the season for some of the fruits, we do this on a seasonal basis, where for now we have our mango jams with us today. And for our honey, we decided that since it is that persons don't always want large quantities of honey, you probably wanted to do just one something. So we took it up on ourselves to put it in small jars for a price of $1,000, where you can fulfill your need if you don't want to buy the taller bottles of honey. Who are we targeting? Year by year, tourists visit Jamaica to experience our rich Jamaican culture. But how are they experiencing Jamaican culture when what they're getting is strawberry jam with bread, which they can have at other countries? We would like to change that. Our aim is to target hotels with our unique flavored jams made from fruits found in Jamaica. Take, for example, in December, there are two things that are popular then. One, tourists, and two, sorrel. These are if we're able to produce jams, sorrel jams at this time, imagine how many tourists will be excited to try out sorrel jam made from true Jamaican sorrel. On the other hand, for honey, we'll be targeting our locals as well as international persons who are now health conscious than ever. Our main competitors are Grace and Sammy's, who has hold most of the condiment markets. But we are different in the sense that our products are made from rarely used fruits with little additives. For honey, there are many small entrepreneurs who make honey for resale, but we are different in the fact that we use a small jar for a smaller price. From producing on a small scale, at our launch, we were able to make $282 on one jar of honey. If this is how much we made on a small scale, imagine how much we would make on a larger scale. We'll be able to have a greater percentage profit as we will be able to reduce average cost per unit. This is where you can help us, our investors. We're looking for investors who are looking for a sweet investment. We would like $500,000.
Earlier, we told you that we made $282 on one jar. But imagine how much we would made on producing on a larger scale. We'll be able to fulfill the demand for honey not just here, but also internationally. Not only not only that, but we'll be able to expand by sourcing honey in gallons as well as jars in larger quantity. For jams, with your investment, we'll be able to source these fruits we'll be using based on their seasons for different hotels across Jamaica. This isn't just an investment, but a chance to increase Jamaica's economic development. Thank you.
Combine.
Smoothies. Can you imagine? One day, a group of 8 students decided to come together and create a smoothie snack bar business. And everybody in Jamaica know fruits not cheap. Let us look at the fact that we have a flavor called Purple Madness, and we utilize blueberries and kiwi. That alone is scream expensive too. Right. And sometimes when I really think about it, does this business actually make sense?
No, man, get it together. I believe it's a really good initiative because look at the state that Jamaica is in now. With nice, clean Jamaica, we have had such a high increase of diabetes amongst our children in the past few years. You may not be aware, but the Ministry of Education is trying to reduce the amount of sugar that students consume on a daily basis.
And when you actually think about these issues, our smoothie business would actually be a great idea.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Randine Atkinson. Good afternoon. My name is Randine Atkinson. I am the secretary and head of PRO.
Good day, everyone. I am Kaylia Lord, and I am a team member of the production team.
My name is Khalil Wisdom, and I'm the assistant manager.
My name is Abigail Nelson, and I'm the manager of Combined Snack Bar. We offer a wide variety of fruit smoothies, protein shakes, as well as a grab-and-go snack pack.
From Purple Madness to Somewhere to Boom Split and to Kaboom, we offer a variety of flavors for everyone. We give our customers the ability to do DIY, so they provide the ingredients and we grind it for them.
And you know something, one of the main issues here on campus is that the food carriers are limited. Limited in the sense that not a lot of their beverages are healthy.
when you go in the cafeteria or even the book room, when you look in the refrigerator, it's mostly sodas and sugary drinks. So what Combine does is we offer the healthy alternative. We the healthy alternative so that we can fight the diabetes.
And let's not even talk about the wait lines. Going into the canteen, it takes approximately 20 minutes or more to get served, regardless of the items you're purchasing, and even longer wait times when it's peak time. In saying that, here at Combine, we offer a grab and go service, which takes no longer than 3 to 5 minutes to prepare your beverages and snacks.
We've set up a system where we place our cashier right next to our production center. So as soon as you process your order, a member from production is already on it.
And apart from the grab and go service, if you're in class and you're feeling for a cool beverage or even something to snack on, don't worry, we have you covered. Or you can just send us a text message or even call us and we will make your order and deliver it right to you. Our target market right now is all Excelsiorian, considering that this campus is also host to not only college students, but high schoolers and primary students too.
Wondering if we're actually getting customers? Well, the team members here have a smooth flow. So it is easy to come and get your refreshments that students no longer want to wait by the canteen, in the lines of the canteen, sorry, or by the book room. Instead, they would come to our business and purchase our beverages within a shorter wait time. So yes, we gather customers by our fast service and our entertaining staff members.
A big question you may be asking, as anyone would, is this business venture profitable? Are we actually earning? Well, yes, we are earning. Based on how we've calculated our unit prices, it can be proven that with every smoothie sold, we earn a 40% add-on.
And in order for us to earn this profit, we ensure that all our expenses are covered. We utilize two methods of pricing. We utilize the cost-based pricing as well as the value-based pricing. Now tell me something. Which smoothie company or which small business company do you know that is making 40% on each product that they produce?
Where does Combine go from here? We've really sat down as a team and we've thought about this, and upon evaluation of Jamaica's economical state, it's not in the best place right now. And we think that Combine would be a great source of passive income for us. Additionally, we would love for business to be mobile, and with this, we need your assistance.
We are only seeking an investment of only $4 million to aid us in our journey. With this, you, the investors, you will be earning a 20% part of our company. We would love to provide our products to nearby gyms as well as other schools in and around Kingston and St. Andrew.
We believe everyone should get a chance to see that excess sugar is not needed and it is also unhealthy. Additionally, we provide tips to our customers while they wait on how to reduce sugar intake, and they enjoy the little time spent with us. We are one of a kind, different if you may. And as we always say,
we combine.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. 876 Premium Pastries.
Pleasant afternoon, everyone. Members of the ECC administration, SOBES Elite, as well as members of the Research Innovation, I would like to thank you all for this wonderful privilege that I would like to extend to you for the elevator pitch that we will be presenting today. The company that I will be representing is 876 Premium Pastries, where I am the CEO and Managing Director. Other members of my team are here with me today. Mr. Sergio Lee, as well, who is the Human Resource Manager. Mr. Kemar Bramwell, who is our Marketing Director. Miss Deandra Clark, the Chief Financial Officer, with me today. Let me tell you a little bit about 876 Premium Pastries. This business was commenced in September 2022, where the idea came about, where we needed to start a business, where we explored some of the basic necessities in life, which is food. Anybody in here has ever been hungry before? Well, great to know. Right now, the business that we had planned to explore is a food business, pastries. That is what we are liking. Going around ECC campus, we realized that there was a shortage of quality pastries that has been around. Anybody here has ever been to the canteen before? Anybody in here ever been to the book room before? And guess what is the thing that is there? No premium pastries. Anybody in here has ever eaten any red velvet cake before? Cheesecakes, black forest cakes, chocolate mocha? Well, guess what? Those are just a few items that 876 Premium Pastries have to offer you today. All right? We are here to solve that solution. We are here to provide premium pastries at an affordable cost. We are thinking about you, the students, members of administration, providing you with a cost of not only more than $500 that is within any budget of any student. The solution that we are having right here is to create an environment where students can feel free to spend, where they can enjoy the nutritional delights of our delectable snacks, which is our motto, to enable persons to enjoy themselves through nutritional delights and enable them to afford these basic necessities. Our growth, based on our previous projections, we have grown our customer base from more than 50 to 500 persons. The potential investment we are looking for is $5 million. We are looking for potential investors that can provide, that will get a 20% stake in our company, looking at 10% profit margins every quarter. We are saying to you right now, I am making that ask. Do you want to make money? Do you want to be a part of something great? 876 Premium Pastry is the business for you that can enable you to make money, not only for today, for the rest of your lifetime. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. 876 Blended Bliss. We are going to put you on hold for a minute or two. All right, we'll talk to your teacher as well. At this time, we're going to invite members of the Performing Arts Department to come.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Blended Bliss.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Hi, good day. My name is Shanice Cooper, and I am the CEO for the company Blended Bliss. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sarah Donner, and I am the co-CEO of our company Blended Bliss. Looking for a refreshing and delicious way to quench your thirst? Look no further than our new line of flavorful slushies. With a variety of flavor to choose from, Blueberry Rush, Midnight Purple, Fiery Red, and our wonderful combo, Fiery Rush. There's something to fit everyone. Perfect for sitting on a hot sunny day or pairing with your favorite meal. Our favorite blister drinks are the perfect way to add some flavor to your life. Try one today and taste the difference. Why you should invest in our business. Firstly, we provide items that are not easily accessible where we're currently located. We offer unique items that are not available to purchase on campus. Our company is trustworthy and quite affordable, which helps to meet the demands and wants of our consumers. Given the extreme heat, our slushies are the right way to go, with its striking colors and our distinctive taste that sets us apart from our other competitors. How do we know that our products would have been successful in our sales? We know this because we are offering something that's very familiar to our customers. With this being said, persons already understand and know the concept of what's being sold. Secondly, we conducted a survey to determine both the lecturers and students would purchase our products if they were interested, and the results were very good, overwhelmingly positive, 10 out of 10 support, of course. Lastly, we are the only business on campus that the products are selling quite reasonably. Hence why we were so confident that we would have generated a massive amount of revenue. So how did we choose our pricing for these products? Price are offered too low and you leave money on the table. Price it too high and you can say goodbye to sales that could have made your year. Our company decided to use a value-based pricing strategy based on our product's price range on what the consumer think it is worth. With our target audience mostly being students, this was extremely helpful because we had to think of a reasonable price that would be more suitable for them. So you may be wondering, are we actually able to produce at that cost? Yes. There are no problems or worries from a financial standpoint when it comes to replenishing inventory. We have established a target of $10,000 for each selling day, which we always surpass. So the big question that you may be wondering, you may be asking to yourself, how much are we willing to give up to our business? How much are we willing to give up to investors? Well, our minimalist approach and aim is to give up somewhere, between 10 to 20% of equity, which is about $25,000 of our profit. In the near future, 3 to 6 months, we plan on producing a healthier options for our consumers. For example, gluten-free pizzas and slushies. We are extremely grateful for the opportunity to speak with you all today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I'm sure the investors are trying to see which business they're going to invest in. Well, I will publicly say I don't have $4 million. However, if I can get a few other investors that is willing to join with me, I maybe can do a thing or two, right? Right. I one of the things I learned in life is that if I want $1 million, to ask one person for $1 million, it might seem very challenging. However, if I ask 10 persons for $100,000, I'm more likely to get there. And that's one of the principles I use even in my personal life. As a young person starting out life, $20. Used to save $20. And I remember my first king size bed was bought with $20. Yes. So I'm willing to invest my first $20. Just saying. Anyways. All right. Thank you. Put your hands together for the business students. And now for the performing arts. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the performing arts. And while they're coming, I mean, entertainment is nice. So if you like it, you want to say, you can maybe put up $100 and $200 and $500, and we maybe can turn it into a concert. Who knows, right? Who knows? All right. Thank you so much.
As an educator, I think critical thinking is the most important part of the process of education. And according to Martin Luther King Jr., the function of education is to teach one to think intensively, and to think critically. As a college lecturer, I often find that highly qualified students from the secondary school are challenged by assignments that give them the opportunity to do well on questions related to the lower order skills, like reading, like recalling, and even to explain. Yet they do poorly on assignments. Yes, yet they do poorly on assignments that require analysis and creativity. I eventually attributed this to their deficiency in critical thinking. I since then pondered on the importance of critical thinking in education and concluded that critical thinking is very important, not only for education, but for existence. Existence at all levels of life, and critical to making decisions. Humans have to make conscious choices, and the validity of these choices are very important. Where's the rest of my Where is the rest of my secretary? Secretary, I can't find the rest of the script. How must I go to do the presentation? People are waiting. How must I do the presentation? I gave you it. You did not. Can't present without the rest of the script. You're taking a job? It could not be this. Think logical. It could not be like this. What? We have a problem. We have to solve this problem. Your job will not make sense if we don't solve this problem. I know exactly what. That friend you bring around the office, who wants to do the presentation, and take the script and hide it. I bet you. Of course. And he is the problem. What do you mean red herring? What do you know about red herring? So how did you find out about red herring? I write the script. Oh, so you're reading my script. I pay you to type it, not to read it, okay? Where's the script? We need the script. Where's the script? Call the driver, please. Call the driver. Refreshment is irrelevant and not logical at this particular time. Think about it. How do I eat, do makeup, and prepare my script at the same time? Is that logical?
But you have to eat it from
That's the
morning.
exact point. I'm not eating from morning because I do not have time.
Sir, your water.
Water. What is it about? We can't find the script that I need to do my presentation.
No, it's your script, my fault. Didn't I see you reading it this morning?
Yes, I read it this morning.
So where is it?
I don't know.
Right, tell me now. It's his script. Isn't he supposed to know where he put it?
I know what you're doing here. I know what you're doing. Yeah? Bad wagon. That's what you're trying to do. Right?
Bandwagon. What
Yes.
is bandwagon?
No, that's what you're doing. What you're trying to do is to get everybody to agree with you so that it appears as if you're right. But that's not what makes it right. That's not make it right. They could all be wrong. Okay? I need the script. I need.
Hey, it's a script right here.
Wait. Let's be calm about this. Yes, the script is up there. Okay? Now, if I put it up there, then logically, I could just take it down. I can't. Because I put it up there. No, darling, because you're a friend. Take the script and hide it up yourself and get it to the present. You understand? That's a logical argument. Right? What you going to do? What you going to do? What you going to do?
What is the purpose of things that is wrong? And outside of maybe that's something that's hard to say.
Okay? Okay. You have a need floor, eh?
You know what I'm saying?
So, you are generalizing that if other schools have this floor, then we must have this floor, no?
Because schools are around. I don't know. No. Let me just go by your shoulder. I will just go in there.
You want to clarify this? You want to kill me? This
not
is an old man, you can't do that.
Don't stir it down. Come up.
Man, this is a joke. This is a joke here. Excuse me, 5 minutes to showtime. 5 minutes to showtime. You hear that? 5 minutes to showtime. What are you going to do? Huh? You know what, sir? Look. Just tell the people we cannot present. We will not present today. What? What's going on? So there's a copy of the script. So why would anybody think about that? You can't think logically. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes to show. All right, listen. Driver. One second. Get ready. I have another appointment. So I've read it after. Okay? Okay. And you're going to get here. You want to say that? You will pay. And you need to pay. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, we now have thank you. Let's have a round of applause for the still high demand. The audience can hear you.
Clearly. Professor?
Why is there not a mic? So, hold it. It includes in the field of business, healthcare, engineering, technology. You see, critical thinking enables individuals to analyze complex data and complex ideas.
to be able to make informed decisions and solve problems. It's a very high order of thinking, but critical at every single level of life. We have to understand that employers value critical thinking because that is more likely to identify opportunities and solve problems within the organization. In addition, critical thinking is essential in promoting personal growth and development. It enables individuals to analyze their beliefs, value their assumption, and identify areas of improvement. Critical thinking also promotes self-reflection, self-awareness, which are essential to personal growth and development. It enables individuals to identify strengths and weaknesses and develop strategies to overcome these challenges. Thus, we are very clear that critical thinking is essential to the education process, and it's an important part of developing cultural development. And in fact, cultural development is critical to critical thinking in education. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Professor Ogaruga. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Professor Ogaruga. Give it up for Professor Ogaruga. I know, ladies and gentlemen, based on what Professor said, I was creating some things. I was writing some things. So I'm going to say what I write, and you tell me how it sounds. Yes? Hey, give me a beat. Give me a beat. Give me a beat. Hey, give me a beat. Give me a beat. Make the rhythm sweet. A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Critical thinking for you and me. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. A critical thinking for you and me. A critical thinking, 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 thinking. A critical thinking, 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 thinking. A process of analyzing facts so that you can make a valid judgment. A Godfather, a Socrates, a Godfather, a Marx, a Godfather, Hooks, Sewell, Aquinas. A critical thinking, 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 thinking. A critical thinking, 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 thinking. A process of analyzing facts so that you can make a valid judgment. Make me tell you about some fantasies, some fallacies, slippery soap on the rope, frustration in the nation, EST generalization, straw man, bandwagon, ready ring, beddy ring, feddy ring. Hey, a critical thinking, 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 thinking. A process of analyzing facts so that you can make a valid judgment. Critical thinking, thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, that was critical thinking by the School of the Performing Arts. Give it up for Excelsior Community College, School of the Performing Arts.
What a wonderful way to end this session. I'm sure you remember. What word do you remember? Judgment. What else you remember? Good. What about the sessions before now? Please repeat. Please repeat. Which business is the best business? Blended bliss is the best business. Combine. Who is ready to invest? All right, Mrs. Campbell, she's ready to invest. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you for joining us. And just to remind you that you should log into our Zoom because we have our evening session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a wonderful afternoon. My apologies, my apologies. Oh, you have to pay first. You have to pay me for overtime. Because remember, it's investing, it says investing in me too, not true? All right. All right, please don't move.
All right, good afternoon, guys. As the billionaire in the room, I some of them are new, all right? All right, guys. I just want to thank you so much for your presentations, your elevator pitch, and I would just want to give you a quick rundown of some of the things that I heard and potential for investment. All right. Very important when you are seeking investment is that you want your investor to understand the value of your company. You want the investor to know what their return, their possible return can be, right? So importantly, as an investor spending money on you, I want to listen for those things. Yes, very good. You will tell me about your product and your target market and so on, so that I can see the potential for you earning revenue, and I, enjoyed that. The company that I actually learned a lot about was the very first company, OJAM, and yes, in terms of the product, what the product is and where, the type of research that they looked at. I mean, technically, I too am tired of strawberry jam, right? I am very tired of strawberry jam. And of course, I want a Jamaican product so I can invest it, right? Right? So I see that. You were asking for $500,000? Yes. What was the percentage I would get? It was 40%? Okay. All right. All right. Think about it. Let me just go to the other company. The other company, I'll just be quick. I'll just be quick and just talk about the money part of so. Combine asks for $4 million and I would get 20%. It means that you're saying that your company currently values $20 million. That's what you're saying. Is that true? Do you really feel that way? Does it value $20 million? All right. How much do you make per day? Close to $50,000? You're not making up numbers now? Right? So that's what I wanted to think about. When you're seeking investment, you want to value your company so that when you're saying, this is what I'm giving up, then what is left? And that's how I, as the investor, we don't see the picture. So for example, with blended bliss, and I'll just use this one as the main example. Blended bliss, based on the information that was given, you make $240,000 per year based on your $10,000 a day. And I just assume 5 days a week. And you ask for $2 million and you are willing to give up 10 to 20%. At 10%, you're saying that your company value $20 million. And it would mean that my return, I would get back from you, I'll be able to recover my money in 8.3 years. So what I'm saying? So the numbers is very important when you're doing your elevator pitch. I really enjoyed though the fact that for thing there, combine that healthy pitch is very important. And one of the things that people are looking forward to not consume so much sugar, right? So I see where you were telling me that you would target other colleges and
near gyms and so on. And I think there is room for growth. The only problem was the valuation. So if you go to your true valuation, then of course, as a billionaire, I'll be willing to spend some money. Yes? Yeah. Yeah. Right, right. Yes. Right. Yes. So they need to say what they are worth now and then show me the projections where they will get to. And therefore, I'll be able to see my return at that point. All right. And that's what everybody, that's how you want to look at it. All right. So maybe you want our conversation with your cost account. Okay. Yeah. Yes. So I mean, I am happy that we are having this type of presentation, and it means that since we are looking at how we would reposition education, it means that for the small business course, we would know when we are doing cost accounting or so on, we now need to have some sort of combination. Right? We don't need to have some combination so that persons understand break even, valuation of their inventory and so on. Yeah. Some of that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, man. Right? So we can look at that valuation. So Miss Scott can bring them in on some Pinman type of valuation as well. Yeah. All right. Again. They were group again. And this one. 876 space 3. Space 3. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Pastry 876 pastry, premium pastry also. $5 million. You're asking for 20%. So you're saying you're worth no $25 million. And you're worth $25 million. Okay. All right, tell me about your assets that you have. Right now, cash. You don't need my investment then. You see where I'm coming from? So if I know you're not pulling my leg and having the conversation. But when I'm looking at the value, again, if I'm going to give you my money and you're saying you have no 20% of the business, that's just a contract. I need to see, okay, building, motor vehicle, this, that. So in case you default on it, I can see what I can get back immediately. And not just trust in the fact that you will make profit because it's not a debenture. Cool? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. $1 million. Well, if anything, then I can do my pitch. I have large land space. I have cows and pigs and goats. There's still space for chicken and rabbit. And yes, I do have solar, so you don't have to worry about JPS. So there's more space for you. There's space for land, for building, etc. Expansion. So, Mr. Billionaire, we can have a conversation. So I can expand my business. All right. Thank you so much. Have a great day. And remember, please check to log into the evening session. Thank you, everybody.